Hey everybody, how's it going? So we're starting kind of a new arc today. That should be fun. So if you're new here or anything, welcome aboard. Welcome to my channel. Well, Matt, I'm Cynycal. This is my channel and the home of Call of RPG. This all around us here is Other Skies, which is a particular campaign that we're doing on Call of RPG. It's a gritty science fiction game set in a setting of our own creation, using a custom setup version of Traveler and Cepheus engine with a lot of homebrew and personal tweaks and stuff, which is pretty cool. Because this is a tabletop role-playing stream, though, we'll mostly be focusing on the game, so if we don't get a response to you in chat, just know that we love you and we appreciate you being there. What's up, Squiff? Good to see you, buddy. So yeah, everybody's welcome, and keep it as Squiff as a person in the chat for those on the VOD. For everybody's welcome, keep it civil in chat, and let's go ahead and introduce the players. Good to see Squiffy. Came for the grit, stayed for the homebrew. Nice. All right, so yeah, let's go ahead and introduce everybody. These are my friends. Together, we're COFH RPG. It's a group of people that have been playing together in connected worlds for decades, for some of us now, which is pretty cool. So let's go ahead and get started. He's played a tavern keeper who once helped slay 2 cosmic dragons, a grizzled space detective that planted a psychic tree, and a feeder of 2 hit dice ghouls. They always solve my puzzles, just about anyway. My longtime friend, Lord Venom 1. Go ahead and introduce yourself. Talk a bit about your character.
Hey guys, Lord Venom 1. Happy to be here playing a little sci-fi setting. I played Paris Harcrow. She is a grew up on Luna, smart young lady. Went into got an education, went into journalism. Spent some time touring the system and kind of meeting a lot of interesting, struggling people in a lot of cases, and ultimately wrote a big article that was quite successful. She got paid out for that as she retired from that career and started the next chapter of her life, traveling with these people, and becoming a traveler, so to speak, even though that's not a real term in this universe. So yeah, she's sort of, I think we all put our maybe our most optimistic morals aside to take this kind of less than glamorous job with some less than outstanding people, but so far it's gone well enough. We'll get to the recap I think here in a bit, but it's gone well enough. We haven't had to do anything too crazy. We've seen some things, but we haven't had to sort of pull the trigger, so to speak, anywhere, so that's good, and we'll see how that continues to play out.
All right. So following that, they've been a megacorp heir searching for their lost parents, a ruin-delving historian seeking to prove their father's theories, and a reluctant space captain who was an expert at crash landings. Why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself? Also a fellow member of Screen Room. Why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself, talk a bit about your character, or whatever else you want to there, Mad Cow.
Yeah, what's up? I'm Mad Cow. We do Screen Room on our Discord Sundays and Wednesdays, I guess. Figure out a way to link to that somehow. So
reading Squiff's things,
that's
all right.
true.
That's good.
Yeah.
For the audience at home,
So-
Squiff said, I love how everyone's in a grim, dark spaceship cockpit, but Mad Cow's in rocking a cozy core space living room, which is awesome.
Well,
His spaceship is different.
Isaac is from Earth, so he likes to hang out in the Earth
Nice
type
tie-in.
environment. So
Nice.
yeah, Isaac's from Earth, moved to Luna after a while, and then went out to space with Paris. That's pretty much it, long story short. There was some stuff that happened last session.
We'll get you to talk about that after the intro and stuff.
Yep, okay, but yep, talk about that during the recap, but excited to see where we go today, I guess.
All right. Well, next up, They've played an amnesiac psychic experiment with a great haircut, a pacifistic space surgeon obsessed with an old television series, and a wild man with an upset tummy. The first character they played was somebody else's. It's Society. Why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself and talk a bit about your character in this campaign?
What's up, gang? What's up, Squiffy? Pleasure seeing you here. Yeah, like, mine's animated. I got a special spaceship. I'm Society. I kick it with these fools. We've been playing games for a while now. Many years. So much so, in fact, that I started my own game, and I've been running that for now several years, which is weird to say, because I still feel like a noob. But I don't know. Maybe that'll go away one day. Maybe not. Probably not. But in this campaign, I'm playing Lean Wigram. She's a free merchant trader who's been traveling since she was 18 and kind of looking forward to getting her own ship finally. All that preamble that we've done so far was basically for this moment here in Lean's eyes. So this is a pretty big moment.
You've been building towards getting your own ship for a while now, trying to figure out exactly which ship you're going to get and everything. Should be an interesting
that'll take forever
thing to play out. Well, maybe it will, maybe it won't. I'm curious to know what you, because you rolled a thing last time, which I'll get into more detail later. But last session you rolled a thing that determined what your additional option would be, other than just buying one of the normal ships. So
we'll get into roll.
Sorry, what was that?
What was my role? Was it good?
It's one of those secret ones.
It was one of the secret roles, yeah.
So that's why I don't know what it is.
I think it was good.
It wasn't a bad roll.
Reaction.
You rolled a luck roll as well, and the luck roll was very good. So
okay.
All right, so
turning out well for the boys.
Yeah, we'll see. And finally, they've played a traveling hedge wizard that sealed themselves away for near eternity, an alien merchant with a very incompatible sleeping pattern, and a 3-foot-tall homicidal former prisoner who avenged a farmer. That was a cool one. One of my oldest friends and a moderator for all of these various communities around Cough RPG, Screen Room, etc. Psycho, why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself and your character a little bit here.
Hello, I'm Psycho. I missed that murder halfling. He was great. He was fun.
Philo was a good character. Yeah, he was a cool character.
Is that Colonium?
Yeah, that was Colonium Odyssey.
Yeah, Colonium.
A campaign from a long time ago.
I never really knew that character.
He was a good character. He killed this guy that they had captured because he found out that guy had killed the farmer that when they first got crashed ashore as prisoners. This farmer was the guy that like broke their shackles and stuff in his hut and all this stuff. But they found these bandits that had like been ransacking the area, and Milo found out he was part of that group that had killed the farmer and his family and stuff. And when he found that out, they had him as a prisoner, like locked up, and he slit his throat when he found that out. So that's why I mean he's like homicidal. He was also in prison as a prisoner, supposedly for killing somebody. So
he was not the friendly halfling.
yeah, he was a murder halfling.
Chucky doll.
And as Society said, like, I've been doing this for years, and sometimes I still feel like I'm new to the thing. But in this, I play Bailey McNevin, a flyboy, typical Navy pilot, basically. And I have helped the group out in ways they didn't expect, which I love seeing their reactions when I do things like that.
That's true. That's very fun.
And I look forward to seeing more of that tonight.
Bailey's from a shoe.
Bailey's, you say? Fabulous idea. Nice. All right, 1 second.
This is as close as you can get to Bailey's.
That's fair.
When you squint your eyes.
All right, well that's our crew of players. Sorry, I had somebody calling me right there. I was trying to So let's get that taken care of. But yeah, so that's all of our characters and all of our players that'll be involved here. That's Call for RPG. So why don't we go ahead and play the intro, and then we can get into the episode.
The year's 2512 and humanity lives among the stars. Used to be folks thought that when we got there we'd reach out and those stars would melt away all our problems. Sadly, it doesn't work that way. No, we took them all out there with us into the dark, where they could mutate and fester. Thing is, we took the beauty too, all the splendor and majesty that we could muster. Couldn't even say how many worlds we live on now. We've always been heading for an ugly end. Might just be we found ourselves a new beginning.
All right, we're back. So let's get into that recapping that we were talking about. Sorry, we had to take a quick break there after the intro. I had to resolve a phone call. But yeah, let's go ahead and get into the recap. I prefer usually for the recap to be led primarily by the player characters themselves, well, the players through their characters' perspectives. So why don't I can remind you of where we are to start with, and I'll set the scene. But after that, I'd like you guys to take the wheel. So to start with, we had this group of individuals come together through their connections with one another in Earth orbit, and eventually make their way to orbit around Deimos and Mars on this mission that they themselves had put themselves on to acquire a ship so they could become independent entities, kind of entrepreneurs in space. Something that's very difficult to do, something that's mostly a new idea and only done by kind of the bourgeoisie, oftentimes the people that are the heirs of megacorps and etc., that can do this type of thing, that have this type of wealth to accomplish this. And because of that, these people had to jump through a lot of hoops. There were certain advantages that they had acquired through their years of hard service and labor in other fields that allowed them to have this opportunity. And that opportunity was quickly running out, in that they would literally miss out on this opportunity that many other people had spent even years of their lives saving for in many ways. And so because of that, they were willing to lower their scruples a bit, change their attitudes regarding law, perhaps, or whatever it might be for personal gain, and within the kind of a window of morality, take on this job to essentially conduct a smuggling operation and to steal something from somebody that had already stolen something before they sold it, and then to smuggle that something somewhere. And so that was a large compound job that they eventually met with people in Mars orbit and tried to figure out a way from Deimos to this place in the belt to do that. They did that by taking on a legal job, where as part of the process they were moving hazardous goods on this very old hauler. They did so. They loaded it up. They did contaminate themselves, unfortunately, and get radiation poisoning, but they survived and managed to get to the destination in the belt with this vehicle. As part of that process, they had an encounter with something they didn't expect. A group of individuals that appeared in the middle of their operation and seemed to have sort of a level of technology that they were not used to seeing at their disposal. And so I'll let the player characters, or the players, talk more about that from their perspective as player characters here in a moment.
I think only one of us saw it
directly. Well, you all saw the vessel, but
the vessel. I'm
only Bailey is the only one that saw them pull the thing out of the chest and were very confused and all of that stuff. And then, but you all experienced certain portions of that time. You managed to then get away from them. They didn't detect you, or if they did, they didn't care. And from your perspective, they didn't. Though you managed to sneak your way back to your contaminated vessel and take off, leaving the area. This To be clear, the vessel, they hid it behind another asteroid and then used landers to fly from one asteroid to another stealthily, and were only firing their braking engines when the asteroid would rotate away from them at the time. It was a whole ordeal. But it was pretty good. They managed to sneak their way in, and they managed to sneak their way out with the goods. That wasn't before they saw all this strangeness, though. Then on their way to their destination, where they had to smuggle this in, which would be, and they were supposed to smuggle it to a location, Gray Sector, on Prospera Station, which is in orbit around Ganymede. The only way into Prospera Station is through Ganymede Harbor, which is another station that it's connected essentially to a tether, but really it's one big station with like nothing in the middle between the two, and just like a kind of a rail system that connects. But they're called two different things. There used to be sort of a separation, more of the worker base there, politically and all of that we can get more into, but there's recently been a coup and sort of a changing of hands, and so more of a distribution evenly in the Jovian system. However, things are not all right. It's not like that simple situation was resolved overnight because of a coup. In fact, in many ways things are worse for people, but the opportunity was there amidst all this chaos for you to get in and actually use this opportunity given to you by the job, as well as the opportunity given to you by the ship shares that you had been given. It's basically a corporate voucher to use the shipyard here for a temporary period of time to acquire a vessel. Now what that means is you could get a discount on a ship there, but also have the actual rights to purchase that ship. Another part of this process was acquiring a CL, or a commercial license, to operate a ship and to be able to make money with a ship, which you did manage to pull off. That was actually one of the hardest things to do, because getting that isn't as simple as buying a ship. And that puts you in the bed, business-wise, with an individual known as Cornelius Crow, which that was the last thing mentioned to you, is now you're now in the employ of Cornelius Crow. You had just turned in this smuggled device that you managed through pretty actually amazing rolls during the last session, honestly. Get the thing smuggled straight away there. There was like no complication at all. I was expecting a lot more to happen, but he rolled really, really high on those rolls. So he rolled literally 7 effects on that. So that's the highest amount of effects I think I've ever seen on a roll. So I was like, well, crap. But anyway, so without too much fanfare, you were able to smuggle this in, get paid, get your CL, and start heading out. At this point, the characters would be still in Prospera Station, but on their way, theoretically, to Ganymede Harbor. The last conversation they were having was they were aboard their rented pod, which is basically a golf cart that drives on, it's like an automated golf cart that drives around inside of Prospera Station, and they had made their way out of Gray Sector and were riding that back towards Prospera Park, which is in the middle of the Prospera Station ring system. Prospera essentially is a large, for those of you that don't remember, is a large cylinder with another cylinder inside of it, counter rotating, and large spikes on the outside. Most of those spikes look like what basically like large buildings, but they're, for those of you that would know, those are mostly farming facilities that take advantage of the magnetosphere around Ganymede to produce these large stacks of hydroponic crops. And there are even some animal products made here as well, though usually not the animals you're thinking of. It's not cows and stuff. We'll get into that if it comes up. But so yeah, you've got this interesting situation that's played out here. You have now made your way from the Gray Sector, which is an area kind of in the back of Prospera Station, to about halfway to Prospera Park. There was a strange contact with Isaac in the middle of all of this, if you remember. a bit of data passed between hands and read stealthily. And that's essentially where I plan on picking up. But at this point, I'd like to hand off the reins to you guys and see if there's anything you'd like to add to that, or any details that need to be filled in, or questions you might have.
Bailey was also the only one that saw what the goods were. And that cost him 500 credits worth of sunglasses.
That's right. You did see it. That's right. You did see it. And you saw the other one, didn't you?
Yeah.
So yeah, I didn't
Yes.
actually even think about that. So yeah, Bailey, you would know, like our audience camera would have seen this too, right? And there was something that the audience camera saw last session after the thing, which I'll get to. But yeah, Bailey would have noted that the strange device that rose levitating out of this crate once it was opened and clicked into different forms and shapes, some of them almost imperceptible, was identical in both cases. As well as each time that it had been opened, something went amiss with the AI. That's something that Bailey would know about for the first, but not the second. But our audience knows about the second, because after they delivered the package and it was looked at and they left, what the characters didn't see was the guard robots, the actual AI protectors, turn on the individual that they had delivered the product to in a very strange way, speaking in odd syllables about beauty. Shot him. And of course he died on camera, and that was the last thing we saw. Our characters here didn't see that part. And it happened not long after they left the area, so they probably didn't hear the gunshot because they would have already been in their pod by that point. But is there anything else anybody wants to add? Thanks for calling that out, Bailey.
Yeah, that was all I could think to add to it. We got a couple different locations of some shipyards around here that we can go to, that we have access to. And Mad Cow, I guess, I don't know if this was mentioned, that Mad Cow got a military data chip, and
Yeah, I mentioned that.
okay, cool. So yeah, we have we promised him we would go with him to check that out too. But I don't know, I gotta get my ship. That sounds like more important, honestly. To me.
It's back on the Mars, back in that
Lean.
But you're breaking
the
up.
phenomenon
Oh, no, you're
phenomenon
breaking
with
up.
the oh no. Oh no.
Yeah,
sound
starting with
normal
back
now.
on Mars, I got every
this is
third
better.
word.
Yeah.
So far sounds good. Phenomenon.
The
You're a little loud,
phenomenon
though.
with the
Do, 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 do.
There you go.
phenomenon with the robots,
We
we also, our characters, human characters, also experienced a weird thing where our minds intermixed, and
That's
each
correct.
pair of us saw visions of the other in time frame. So
Oh, you cut out again.
that it wasn't necessarily a robot only phenomenon.
Yep. So to be clear, the audience, if I know this isn't as easy to put together if you're watching an actual TV show or something that has regular episodes every single week and stuff, but to be clear, the audience would have seen as this object has interacted with, or there has been situations with the strange weapon that was used from the vessel that was involved. If you remember that, the black ship. You want to speak on that?
Yeah. So as part of the events in the belt, there was a thing with essentially bandit.
Yeah, your mic's
civilization.
super messed up. We're gonna have to you're gonna have to fix that.
All right, I'll fix that. If if you guys want to pick
Yeah.
up.
But if somebody else wants to talk about the events there with the weapon.
What weapon? I might.
The weapon?
When the weapon from the other vessel, the black ship, was used on the asteroid where you were at,
The whole station's gone.
You almost. Well, yeah, that wasn't. They didn't do that with a weapon of their own. They put a nuke in there and set it off, but they didn't like hit it with an energy beam. I'm talking about when you all experienced. You almost all passed out. Your minds kind of blended. You almost passed out. Then your radiation medication kicked in. You each had a little device on you that lit up and was like, oh shit, you're getting dosed. And then you got a dose, came to, you saw the other people, the pirates in the other room, not have that experience. They got hit and didn't have a way of recovering, so they were like knocked out basically. And then the people came in from the ceiling with a breaching airlock. So they basically drilled in from the ceiling of that room and took the device with them, but not before taking their helmets off and revealing it. And Bailey saw them through the window where they were human, and they were speaking in English, or at least like a dialect of it. They did call the area the ancestral home, which was a bit confusing. They specifically were confused about why the governments of the ancestral home, why Earth would allow for there to be pirates around doing this kind of thing. And then they took the device and left, and then the individuals that they had stunned through this large weapon that you got hit with that seemed to mess with your minds and stuff, they all got sucked out the hole and died, presumably. And it was about that time you guys were like, oh fuck, we gotta get the fuck out of here, and you went to the airlock and escaped, etc., like we already talked about. But yes, so the phenomenon that the audience has seen being interacted with here is that when the device has been exposed, AI has acted funny, and people have had experiences where their minds were kind of mixed briefly. They had sort of a wave that happened where they saw memories in each other's heads, basically. But that's not necessarily related to the exact same thing. They're not 100% sure of that yet. Any other clarification? Squiff. Nothing else? All right, so let's go ahead and get into it then. Our camera now falling towards Prospera Station. We see it in the distance, set against the beautiful backdrop of Ganymede, which is set against the even more dramatic backdrop of Jupiter itself. These dominate the skyline here. And depending on the orbit itself of the station, it rarely goes between the two. Intentionally. Though Ganymede has a protective magnetosphere, there are areas here in the Jovian system with a strong radiation belt. And those are to be avoided by most vessels without the best shielding. We can see that maneuvering here with our camera as we kind of lock in from a distance on both Ganymede Harbor and Prospera Station, separated by this long tether between them. There's sparkling lights on both the stations, made even more dramatic by their individual spins, as well as the multiple burn plumes of vessels braking and exiting the area. Braking meaning they're slowing down. The camera itself readjusts and snap zooms into Prospera Station, now cropping out the side where we would have seen Ganymede Harbor. For a brief moment, we see Prospera Station in all its glory, the multiple bands on the outside, these bands of golden color, just light, but the way it spills out into the darkness of space looks like a jewel of some sort. It's a brilliant sight to see, and to think for this moment that this was all made by humans. This was placed here by human hands. A grand work on the scale of the pyramids, if you want to compare it to that. This isn't all of humanity coming together to make this. This is one of several stations that make up the Jovian system. This is one of several stations in the solar system in general. And if you compare it to something like Artemis City on Luna, it's small, but to think that it's here on Ganymede, well, around Ganymede, in the absolute reaches of our solar system, at least of civilization in our solar system, for beyond Jupiter, it is wild. To think that humanity has managed to pluck itself such a neat little home here is almost dizzying. And with that dizzying realization, our camera zooms in once more, snapping through the spinning bulkheads of the station, revealing the interior shape now of this cylinder, spinning around yet another cylinder with a sky of projected cloud. Holographic birds sing, and just across this illusion of sky we see more ground reaching in every direction. Welcome to Prospera Park. As we zoom in on one of the water fares there, the beautiful collections of fountains, pools, some of them for swimming, some of them for fishing even. Most of the fish not real, but still people do it. It's a luxury and relaxation activity that has been long-standing here on Prospera Station. Alongside that, a small lane where tiny vehicles quietly move past one another on automated routes. Our camera locking in on one of those vehicles, now exiting almost a causeway from a tunnel from the side here, coming back out into the open, revealing the fresh air, the waterfalls, the extravagant beauty of Prospera Park. We see our crew in their rented vehicle. Our camera now snaps in, close-ups to the crew. What are you guys doing? The day is yours.
Didn't Isaac have business in
Gray Quarter, yeah.
the
The
Great
gray sector.
Yes.
Last time you said you were going to the ship first, though, so I said you were leaving Gray Sector, so we knew you were leaving Gray Sector. You can go back.
No, leaving's fine.
I'll slap Isaac on the back, be like, sorry, bud, I really want to get this ship. I've never been this close. You understand, right?
Can you remind me what the ship said?
He gave you 2 addresses along with a bunch of names, and they were all crossed off except for yours. And it showed you a bunch of clips of you during your protest days. It either showed you clips or had addresses that lined up with locations that you did protest.
It was both.
Oh, okay.
There were images and stuff of him in it that he recognized from being from certain protests in the past and stuff.
Hang on, let me see what the point of those 2 addresses were, though.
He had said,
One of
like,
them was a
"Welcome to
location
the
called
group."
Mother's. Basically, this guy you didn't know walked up to you. You recognized the tattoos that he had as making him essentially one of the former legal underclass of the Jovian system, sort of like the workers class. He gave you this thing and was like, oh, he knew you by your name. He said, oh, and he passed this device to you and said, you should meet me at Mother's later. And then inside the data there were 2 addresses, as well as a bunch of names. Some of the names were names you didn't know, but some of the names were names of like corporate and political figures, and they were crossed out as being like deceased. And then your name was on there, and that's it. Yeah. And then there are pictures and stuff of you, showing you in the, like, hey, this is how we know you, kind of a thing.
Well, okay, so I'm guessing that.
And then it deleted itself after you read it all. It's self-destructed.
One address was Mother's, the other was a place where
A random hab.
wet work needed to be done.
It never said that, but
I believe there was a mention of bringing.
Oh, come armed.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
come armed.
so we really, I'm at a complete loss. This is in character too, if you want. I don't really know what we'd be getting into over there, but I got your back, man.
Okay. Yeah. So out of character though, real quick. Did it seem like, okay, so the question I guess I have is, did it seem to Isaac like this was a time sensitive thing?
That's a good question. I would say you're definitely gonna have to make some kind of int check. I think what might be the most relevant to this in your past would be something like, I would say maybe do int tactics.
Okay. I would assume just straight tactics, not naval.
Yeah, not naval tactics.
I also want to mention, as you came into the station, you got pulled into questioning and basically called out for your past.
That's also
True.
true.
Basically told to keep your nose clean.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, he
no
was
weapons.
blacklisted on security. He couldn't
That
get
very
through.
well could prevent
couldn't get through
No
security.
weapons, no terrorist activity, yada yada yada.
Okay. What difficulty?
8.
Would he? Ooh.
You're not really sure. I mean, it's been a long time since you've had any kind of contact like this. I will say I would like you to make a pure intelligence roll, and this is for a separate piece of information that's tangentially related.
I like tangerines.
I would say you're not sure how time sensitive it is, but given the context, I'm gonna send you a DM. Okay?
Okay.
So I'm armed. What about you ladies?
I just start chuckling to myself. How you feeling, there, Paris? You think you ready to pull
I'll
the trigger?
hold up my stun rod and my pistol's in my bag. I can grab it.
Yeah, keep it in the bag for now.
I'll
keeping
admit
mine in
I'm
the bag.
curious as hell what this could be. How they knew Isaac by name.
I mean,
Would be hard to walk away from that.
how serious was your organization, Isaac? Like, did it really have like this kind of like espionage factor to it? Like, it seemed like corporate protests. It didn't really seem like, take down government.
Yeah,
kind of things.
I'd love to hear them out if they are people in trouble, but at the same time, that list with names seemed pretty ominous.
It did. It was almost like a threat.
Right, exactly. I don't know if this guy was threatening you or if just trying to warn you.
Or if he's like the last one that's capable of doing this line of work. Who were those names? You know them?
Good question.
Were they your friends?
I mean, no offense, Isaac, you don't seem like the kind of guy that does wet work of a assassination type.
Yeah, you're like
Not
a lab
exactly.
junkie.
But there's a lot of stuff happening, and a lot of stuff, should we say, spiraling before I left. I don't know. You know, I didn't, after I left Earth, I didn't stay in touch with anybody. I left. So
That raises more questions. They knew where you were. They knew you were here, way out in outside of Mars here?
that doesn't surprise me.
Yeah, it's a big system, but
we
it
know a
is
lot
at
of
the
stuff.
same time.
Yeah, I
Sure, I
mean,
guess. That
I
means
will,
they're
I
over
will
there
say
anyway.
this that you've seen as Isaac has gone by certain areas, not in the gray sector, but like near in Prospera Park, when you've gone past certain consoles and stuff like that, you've seen like a little thing show up with like Isaac's picture on it, like it's read like his identity and confirm and essentially queried something for a second and then checked yellow and gone away. So you can tell that Isaac is being done, like an eye is being kept on him automatically, essentially.
Yeah, but you're not wrong there, Bailey. Wet work is not something I've done, but is something that is, let's say, one of the reasons I left. Things were getting a little out of control past what I had, why we had started the whole movement. Past,
Yeah, if you're hurting
workers'
people, I
rights
can
and
see why.
it, yeah, kind of went a bit out. But see, that's where the worry comes in. It might not be the best idea to ignore this. It might be better to just go and say, I don't do that, right? Might not be a good idea to just ignore things. Might just go talk to people, right?
So your
so you're
plan is
saying
to show up and turn them down in person?
go to
let's hear
mothers and
'em
be
out.
like, I
So
don't do
this
this.
Possibly.
It-
That's
it could
the
be-
thought.
It's true, we don't really know what it is. I have something else to add. We're on the way to the shipyards, correct? By the way, out of character?
You are
Yeah.
currently in Prospera Park. The vehicle the pod you had, you didn't tell me exactly where you wanted to go or anything like that.
Yeah,
One of the
that's
things
fair.
that we established that
There's several
you
different
guys wanted to shop
junkyards,
and you wanted
or
to
not
get your
shipyards.
ship. There were several shipyards, but they're all on Ganymede Harbor, and you're on Prospera Station. So you have to go to Ganymede Harbor if you want to get a ship. But if you want to do any shopping to buy stuff like clothes or survival gear, that kind of stuff, a lot of that would be done here on Prospera and not on Ganymede Harbor. So it depends on where you want to go. And so you said you wanted
Lean
to do
will be
both
push-
things.
Lean will
So
be
I
pushing
only
people
pushed you as far to.
towards- Yeah, Lean will be pushing people towards Ganymede. So if anyone else has another direction they want to head,
Yeah.
My point is the pod only
I
goes up
need
to
to-
Prospera Park. So if you have to get out of the pod in Prospera Park if you're gonna go to Ganymede Harbor. So that's why I put the pod there.
I need to stop by the shops in Prospera and pick up some replacement shades.
all right, we can do that.
That's fair.
I feel like the kid in the back seat of the, after he just got a new video game, and he's got to like wait for the whole ride home while he's like reading the pamphlet and shit. I'm like reading the
We do
CR
have-
over and over again.
We do have plenty of time though, so
For your thing.
no, for to get a ship. We're not. It's
mean,
not like today or tomorrow.
Yeah.
I get
right there.
it. Trust me, I understand.
Lean.
This could.
I do. I know. I can wait.
We'll have some more
I do-
champagne on the train.
You'll have
I
the
got more
ship
in my
forever.
bag. There's still some in my bag. I do want to add though that whatever we do, whoever we interact with from here on out, we got to think about, you know, that 3,000 credit bonus was not a fucking bonus. I hope y'all realize that. I know it's kind of some of y'all's first time out here in the system, out here in space, kind of making deals and stuff, but a 3,000 credit bonus was like a, how do you say it, like a insurance policy maybe? I don't know.
Hazard pay?
No, more like he owns us now. This Cornelius fellow. Would I not have known that name?
Down payment.
Yeah, we owe him now, basically. That wasn't a bonus. That was a loan.
Would you know the name Cornelius Crow? I would say for sure Bailey does. There's no way Bailey would not know that name. Cornelius Crow is kind of a famous businessman in the Jovian system. But there's this like story about him coming up. Bailey would absolutely know this because you're from the Jovian system, and he's a big figure there.
Wasn't he running for mayor or governor?
He is currently running basically for the governor of the station. Yes, of both Ganymede Harbor and Prospera.
Oh, that's whose face we saw in the ad.
Yeah,
correct.
Yeah,
he is a very high up member of the political system now within the current provisional government of Ganymede and Prospera Station. So, the Jovian system, right? And so he's become more famous because of that. You may not have known about his connections to crime, to like the underworld and stuff, but you might have. There have been, you wouldn't have like known, but there have definitely been like news reports and stuff where people have done stories about him and stuff where it's like he's connected to the mob, basically, kind of a thing, right? He's also seen sort of as like a real like man of the people kind of a vibe. He's from that legal underclass.
Dawes.
He was kind of like an Anderson Dawes, right? He is a member of the legal underclass who rose up through probably nefarious means, but rose up.
Did my Delta background tell me that?
No, because that's not.
Damn it!
You're not. This is Jovian system stuff. We're not in the belt.
Useful.
It would tell you about Dawes, but
It would tell about Dawes if we were in the Expanse. But he wasn't like a political activist like Dawes was or whatever, or like a member of the OPA and everything like that. He was more of a we don't really know. You don't really know, but like more of like maybe a criminal or something that's how he rose to power or whatever in business, and then got into the corporate council kind of stuff, like through favors and lobbyists of his own kind of way, and then eventually was one of the wealthiest people on Prospera Station, even though he was one of the only people that wasn't a member of like a megacorp or anything like that. He wasn't one of the heirs on it. He wasn't on any of the councils of them or anything like that. And then after the coup happened, right, here, he was exposed as being kind of directly involved in that coup, like of helping a lot of the organizations within it, of funding a lot of them, and perhaps incentivizing some of probably the very same people you worked with, even Bailey, monetarily speaking, to like it's fine, betray your company, I'll keep paying your bills, that kind of a thing, right? During the coup. And so he was one of the people that bankrolled a lot of that. And that's public knowledge now, like that, like fairly recent public knowledge on the news type of thing. But you would have at least heard of him probably before that. Bailey for sure would have. There's a reputation of him, not to fuck with him, kind of a a thing. There are certain stories that people tell, like around the Jovian system about him. Like, for example, there was somebody that reneged on one of his business dealings with him and ended up kind of going, not just going against him, but completely voiding contracts and essentially costing him a lot of opportunities. And that person was found later in multiple parts of the solar system, meaning he had been dismembered and essentially scattered across the solar system, but not in such a way that he was like literally thrown into space. He was like, no, his head was mailed to somebody. His like arms and stuff were mailed to different people that were part of the organization that he had conducted. And so nobody could actually pin that on Crow, though, legally. And they tried, and that was the big story that came out. And people were like, "Oh, he's associated with the mob, blah 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 blah," and he was like, I can't help it if somebody that, a poor businessman got mixed up with the wrong people, kind of a thing, right? And just played it off, but he's very charismatic, etc. But yeah, that's the guy that you're now in dealing with.
Well, look, I think before we leave, we should check this matter out, Isaac, if that's what you want to do. Otherwise, we can get our ship and burn out of here and try to avoid it.
I think we should go to Mother's and I'll at least say hi to some old friends, and then we can go get Lean's ship.
Sorry, Lean. We'll get there as soon as we can. I'm just as excited as you are.
He's got money to pay for next day's shipping. Nice.
I guess. Well, who got us that job again? Was that a Bailey for the CR?
The CL?
Or the CL. Yeah.
No, that's not. Those aren't related. The job we did for the waste was just off of a terminal, essentially. Like
the CL to get the. That was a job.
I thought. No, he just gave us. I mean, he gave us the CL as part of this package deal.
As part of a payment for doing that illegal job we just did.
Yeah. Oh wait. Yeah. Hey, we delivered the package.
That was the point of it.
It was completely legal package delivery. That Wilhelm.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Bailey had the.
And that was.
He knew Wilhelm, so it was really Wilhelm.
Well, way to go. We're not working for somebody else.
Well, I mean, we're certainly mixed
we got
up,
a ship.
But we're our own people.
One problem at a time.
Take it
I
how it
assume
comes.
if we get a ship, we're gonna need work, right?
Yeah, I guess that's a good point. Do we really want to go into more debt with this individual?
Not to be morbid, but the fact that we delivered this package to this shady room, this pitch black room, I'm kind of surprised. Like, I'm hopeful the fact that they even let us walk out of there. Like, if they wanted to cover this up, they could have really done whatever they wanted to do.
I mean, we must have did a damn good job.
At least tried to. Well, not that. I'm just saying, if we know what we witnessed back there, and if they're trying to tie up loose ends, yeah, we're in bed with them no matter what. But they at least let us. They at least let us walk away.
Yeah. I'd like that inquisitive mind of yours. You're definitely fit for out here. That's what I'll say.
You gotta think like the bad guys if you want to keep walking.
Harris, I didn't know you had it in you.
Yeah, I watch a lot of space shows.
Maybe that adventure kit will come in handy for you.
Yeah, I think so.
Well, all right, flip it, Bailey. Where's the first stop? Yeah, what's going on?
Flip it, Bailey. We're all going back to the gray zone. Well, I'm not letting Isaac go in there by himself, so I'm going.
We got some shopping to
okay.
do.
All right. Bailey.
If someone's gonna
Bailey
be shooting, I
first.
need to be going because I want to do some shooting.
Lead.
I mean,
Well, I mean, perfectly legal.
Can we agree to figure out
really-
who we're shooting before?
You're just
really
sitting here
excited
at the
for that
side,
shit.
on the side of the park. Keep that
Until
in
we start
mind
talking
right now.
about shooting.
You're
Don't
literally
even know who we're
perfectly
shooting.
legal.
You're literally like Central Park right now, basically, like pulled up to
Lean's
the
got her
side with a
gun
golf
out.
cart, going, "Yeah, I'm gonna shoot some people." Yeah,
It's a real
I'm
Always
ready to
Sunny
shoot
moment for
people.
just keep that
sure.
in mind.
The camera like pans out just a little bit, and there's like a bunch of people walking by, like on the sidewalk, like just staring at us.
Yeah, I mean it's fine. Don't worry about
Lean's
it.
got her gun
Perfectly
in
legal
hand and like,
self-defense.
just like
Aiming
aiming at
at that shit, yeah.
looking
Yeah,
outside.
yeah. I do
I
that.
will, in case you missed it though, it did add a die to the tension pool because of this conversation.
all right, so I'm
job.
gonna go shopping.
I didn't say that all like that. Don't people hear me. All right, let's go get your glasses. Then we can go to the gray sector, gray quarter.
No tension
All
take
right.
backs.
All right, so you guys want to
Go
do
get
some
some
shopping,
glasses.
basically?
If we're here, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we're here.
Are you just shopping for the glasses, or are you shopping for other items as well?
Oh man. Oh no.
This is your opportunity
Lucas.
to do that.
I say personally,
Only
I'm gonna wait
opportunity.
until we like do ship stuff until I spend money.
Yeah.
If you want to buy stuff for the
keep
ship, you'll want to
focused.
do it over on Ganymede Harbor. If you want to buy armor, guns, that kind of stuff, you're gonna do it here at Prospera.
Yeah, I don't mean at the same time. I mean after, just
Sure,
after
sure.
we get.
Yeah.
We'll come back. We'll
My
come back,
luggage,
yeah.
my luggage
Yeah,
is
yeah,
heavy
yeah.
enough. I'll wait here.
Glasses
If you want
first,
to
shoot up the
Bailey.
park later. Swift
I mean-
says.
All right, let's go get those night vision tactical shades.
All right,
Okay.
let's go get glasses. Let's go to
For
the
perfectly
Roadland store.
legal gun range activities
All right, so
in the dark.
we'll say, because you know what you're doing here, one of you would walk over to one of the kiosks or whatever and look for information for where to go, or you could pull it up by sitting back down inside your pod and pulling it up on the nav screen in there. If you're looking for shopping or whatever,
I'm the
there-
astrogator. I got this. I'll find the store.
all right, well, by all means, there's no roll for it or whatever, because you're just typing in shopping, and there's basically one big band of shopping for there's multiple places to do shopping, like groceries and stuff like that, for different hab areas, so people don't have to go too far away from their habs, etc. So each sector has like bands and stuff, but if you want to go shopping, there's one really good place to do it here on Prospera Station, and that's literally called the commercial sector, and it's adjacent to Prospera Park, so it's only like a 10-minute pod ride from here, basically. But the whole thing is a giant ring that goes around the entire, station itself, right? So it's pretty big. It's a pretty huge amount. I think of it like yeah, there's a shopping mall, but it's also kind of like shopping mall plus Main Street or High Street or whatever you want to call it, kind of a vibe. The Strip, like the Vegas Strip, but that it's actually pretty apt too, because I would say like you can put that in and start heading there if you want. It's pretty easy, but it's pretty lit up and stuff, kind of like Vegas in a way.
So
Bailey
you're
can do it
DM.
in 7. Let's roll.
Lit.
Yeah, the Vegas donut, basically. Yeah. All right, so you head into the commercial sector of the station. It, as I said, is only probably about a 10-minute ride through here. You have to. It's not like you can just drive straight across the park or anything like that. There are designated paths and stuff. So, and the vehicle is self-piloted. So you put in the destination as one of the parking structures there, and it weaves its way through several tunnels, sometimes in close proximity to other carts, sometimes not. You can see almost what is the equivalent of a traffic jam ahead of you, and you're thinking, oh no, we're gonna have to sit in another one of these, which last time it only took like 20 minutes, so it wasn't that bad. But as you do, you actually end up going down below it and ending up turning away and heading towards another area of the commercial sector. You can see that line as you're passing by, because it's kind of denoted on the ceiling with little hang downs to show you like arrows and where you're going and stuff like that. It's all lit up on little panels. That's actually the workers area. So that's basically people going to work and coming from work there. But you're going into the top level, which is where the shopping happens. So think of it like Disney World or something, where the people go to work, they actually are like underneath you for the most part, and then come up from that.
It's rude.
That's kind of the situation here. But in order to get to that, you actually go down and then back up, kind of underneath the work area, and you can hear the sounds of strange machinery around you and other pods zipping by. The interior of this space is becoming increasingly crowded as you head into the area. Let me do this. There we go. The space itself is tight, and until it opens up and you see all around you now these tall structures that to some degree seem to, from your perspective, reach up almost to the central part of the station's heights where the sky is projected. Then you can tell from the bit of perspective as you move past them that that's not quite true, but they are tall enough to where the gravity would be lower up at those altitudes here within the central part of the station. Looking up at them now, kind of getting your bearings, you can see that there are gaming parlors and the equivalent of stadiums and stuff up there where low gravity sports and things are filmed and conducted for the entertainment of the station as well. But where you're at down here is essentially a 2-lane on side by side with 2 lanes above it, so 4 total lanes, little road about the width, each lane about the width, a little bit plus the width of your basically your golf cart, that has, again, magnetic wheels on it, and heads fairly quietly through the space. The sounds of the golf carts are not from like an engine or a motor of any kind of whine like that, but you do hear the wheels and stuff on the ground as they kind of, most of the noise comes from that. But beyond that, the people all around you are much more of the atmosphere here. The traffic is slow moving, and people don't cross across the pod routes. They actually get up and over or down and below them. The pods themselves often will divert as well on their route, but it is a large space for doing shopping. There are multiple places that you could have pulled off in part, but the one that you kind of randomly selected is somewhat central in terms of the horizontal space within the ring itself. But of course, it's a ring, so the other direction is a loop, and so you kind of just have to pick a place to start. And picking the one closest to the route you were on, after about a 10-minute drive, you arrive parking automatically in what is basically a parking garage with a tiny, kind of a tiny roof, like a very low ceiling, only about 7 feet up from the ground level of where you're at. And above that is another one and another one and another one, where multiples of these pods are parked here. The width of the structure is not that wide, but there is a little elevator that can go up to the level above or the level below and spread out from there as you will. If you want to go to one of the other subsectors around the ring, you can get back in your pod and ride your pod back to it or whatever. Well, it's like that because this is where the rich people used to live, Squib. Over on Ganymede, however, it's different. They don't even have pods over there. But anyway, so yeah, before the coup though, this was all like rich people. So yeah, you pull into the structure, the pod automatically and shuts down upon arrival. What do you do?
Look for a kiosk.
Bloody lobbyist from Big Pod. All right, yep. There are kiosks all along the interior of the parking area. So
also sent you DM.
I've got enough stuff. I can wait
sorry.
with the cart.
Discord. You staying with the cart?
You see Leanne like
Pod.
shaking her hands.
You sure you don't need to
What's
pick
that?
anything up? Like a blade or something?
Oh, I'm definitely going on a shopping spree.
My suitcase is packed, so I'm happy to wait here.
Yeah, I'll wait here with Ferris.
I'll keep an eye on the luggage.
I'm definitely coming back and getting some stuff.
Yeah, we'll go on a big shopping spree after we get our ship. Get your ship.
Get that psycho.
Yeah.
All right, so what are you guys doing? You're talking to us, we don't hear you.
Hello.
Yeah, you're muted.
We hear that.
It's like a,
Oh, okay. Heading to
Yeah.
different places that would include replacement sunglasses.
Okay. You could get those types of glasses with the night vision displays and stuff at a couple of different places. They would mostly be like sporting goods kind of places, or stuff related to like tactical outfitters, that type of stuff. But you could also find, I mean, it like your tactical places, and then like stuff like REI, that kind of level of a shop, right? Like outdoor stores kind of stuff. Tactical, yeah.
Yeah, I'll head to one of them tactical places.
Okay. So
And the
as
rest-
you,
and the others said they didn't need anything. Okay.
yeah, I think so.
Correct.
So as you head into the space here, stepping away from the parking structure and looking around you here for the directions that you were given from the kiosk to head to the area, you do notice you have to head by several other establishments that are selling other things to you. There are individuals trying to sell you things all along the street as you pass, kind of barking out at you. Some of them offering you things. Several individuals come up offering to make custom jewelry for you. Several individuals come up to you offering custom t-shirts and like photo holographic clothing, all kinds of custom made things as you head through. The space itself, though, is dominated by these larger structures where, yes, shopping is being done, but also entertainment, restaurants, brothels, as well as casinos, and a lot of casinos. As you pass by the casinos, you do spot somebody you recognize. The individual who passed you the data chip, Isaac, with the green hair and the tattoo on the side of his face. He makes eye contact with you. You can see he's playing what is basically a version of slots there in the casino. Now, the casinos are like open front, right? So this is like, you're already inside a building right now, basically, right? Because you're inside of a space station, and they want people to easily pass in and out of these casinos because they want you to gamble. And so the doors are always open, and it's like a big, wide open kind of double door type situation. So you can look straight into the casino, and it's more like what we would think of as like a pachinko parlor today, right? It's small, it's noisy, lots of different types of machines. There's literally pachinko being played in there still, as well as classic slots and some other simple games of chance. You can see in the back there's probably other more complicated games. There's up on the higher levels, there are probably other games and stuff being played. You can see like way up the top is where some of those sports events and things take place. Now you do know that there would be like sports gambling and stuff that happens here quite a bit, but you do see the individual with the green hair as you're passing by this space. That was a random chance, and I rolled double sixes, so you ended up actually coming into contact with them. They see you at the same time. They don't like wave you over or anything like that, but they do look at you and like nod at you and pull a lever on what is basically a slot machine. You can see them. I'll roll and see how they do. Oh God! You can see he goes, fuck! Hits the machine. Hits the machine. Rolled ones on that one.
Oh wow.
Bailey never saw this guy, so it's your call.
I'm gonna walk over to him.
Okay. Is anybody else following?
I mean, yeah. Friend in the group deviates. You're like, oh, let's go. We're going this way.
Okay. So Isaac, you walk over towards him. He sits there and kind of like does this to you, like side eyes you a little bit, like he notices you coming up, but he keeps turning back to the machine and pulls the lever again. Do you like? How do you approach him?
I'm gonna come up to him and kind of just kind of put my hand on his shoulder. It looks like you're having a string of bad luck.
He'll nod at that, and you'll hear him say, "She's not the first. Not gonna be last now either." You playing?
Yeah.
He nods at a seat across from him. You can see that you can play basically against other people.
Yeah. Let's play a game.
But I
will turn to Bailey and say, "You're welcome to go pick up your glasses and come back, or stick around and see how the game goes."
Oh, okay. You just chill here.
Yeah, I'll sit here while you go. And
you see
shouldn't take you long anyway.
You can see he's eyeing these other people too. So I won't even make you roll because he's being very overt. He's eyeing you guys extremely suspiciously.
What do I make of this guy?
In what context? Because that'll determine what skill I make you roll.
I don't know, just general vibe. Like, why would Isaac, this lab tech guy, like, be speaking to this crazy-haired fool?
Let's say make a social roll.
Pure social or some kind of skill? Like,
It would be a skill related to social.
Streetwise or
I would
something.
say if you have streetwise, that would be good. Yeah, yeah, streetwise would be good. Streetwise social.
all right.
Oh wow, I did not expect you to get an effective 3. Well, being Jovian yourself, you were in the military, one of the megacorp militaries, which means you were not one of the legal underclass, but the only reason you probably weren't is because you were in the military. Other family members of yours might be. And so you would recognize the tattoo and what that symbolizes. And you would also know that the tattoo, when it's done like this, when it's this large of a tattoo, and when it's done like on the face in particular, it's usually done as kind of a defiance, because it was a thing that was essentially required to do before the coup and all that. It was essentially people that were part of that underclass were like essentially branded almost, if you want to think, by some of these megacorps. The ones that did it really overtly like this were like taking it back, if that makes sense, right?
Okay.
And I guess you do now have some context that Isaac was a corporate or anti-corporate rather activist, right?
Okay.
Because he did talk about that.
I don't know that we. Yeah, I think he talked some, but we didn't.
Talked a little bit about that.
Happened.
So I don't know how much of a connection you would make there. I think the only context that you would really have is like that.
Well,
And
Bailey saw the. it was
Yeah, I
me and
had his
Bailey that
shared
had the
memory.
mind swap. Yeah.
Oh, that's right,
shared
right,
memory.
right. So you feel the same things that he felt in that memory too. Keep that in mind. So you would have felt Isaac's anger at the injustice and all that stuff. So keep that in mind.
So this guy's just overtly anti-corporation, where Isaac's just kind of low-key about it.
Yes.
Okay, I'll let them have a conversation, then I'll go buy my shades.
Okay.
I'll be right here. You can...
All right. So yeah, you head off to one of the areas that were denoted that you would probably be able to buy these. I would like you to make a broker roll for that, by the way.
Oh boy.
So that'll be broker it. So go ahead and make that roll. Isaac, you sit down across from this gentleman in front of you. Do you want to do one game or two? Does it ask you gotta do you pay for two or you pay for one?
Is that an average
two.
roll?
Yes, it would be average. So 8, difficulty 8. Okay. So then I have to roll against that. Okay, so yeah, you would be able to get them for, that would be 20, so that's 460. We'll be able to get them for 460. The $500
Sweet.
glasses, yeah. 500 credit glasses.
Nice.
So yeah, you can go ahead and add them to your sheet and pay the credits for those. And we'll assume it takes you probably 20 or 30 minutes of shopping around to find the right fit and everything.
Yeah, gotta get the right look.
All right. What are you doing, Isaac? How do you respond to it?
Yeah, I'll be like my pilot Bailey will probably be
You'll see it on your screen, by the way.
So let's play a couple of games.
Right. So you'll see the way it works is you pay for one game at a time, or you can pay for 2 games at a time. They're on your screen. You each bet, and you start with a starting bet. So the minimum starting bet is 200 credits.
Okay.
So you're supposed to like bet against each other basically in the beginning. Do you play often? You come in here too much?
No, not too much here, but you know, back on Luna, play a few of the.
Well, you can't go all
games.
in, Squiff. There is a max bet too, but yeah, the max bet's 2,000. If you want to bet at 2,000, you can. It's 200 to 2,000. I am waiting on you to do the bet before he will continue.
What do you mean by that? I mean,
It's literally it's like you are betting that you're gonna win. He's betting that he's gonna win, and if he doesn't match your bet, basically he can lose essentially the roll because it gives him negatives. So if he wants to be at the exact same level as you, he has to match your bet to have the exact same chance of winning the roll. So the more you bet, the more chance you have of winning.
okay. Well, I removed 200 from my.
Okay.
cash
He'll
on
bet
hand already,
he'll bet
so-
200 then also. But yeah, as he was saying, do you play too often?
Haven't been here before, but you know, play a bit on Luna.
Oh, Luda, eh?
Yeah.
He looks like a little confused at that and then nods.
I mean, I had to get off Earth. I left.
How long are you there?
Luna or Earth?
Earth.
25 years.
He looks like his eyes grow kind of wide at that for a minute, and then he ends up punching in his basically codes and stuff or whatever. It's like essentially a combination of like battleship and slots, and then pulls the lever. You have to do the same thing. That's when we would make our roll. So we'll do a contested roll here.
Ooh. Okay.
Right, so this will just be it. Gambling. And that'll be
Okay. Oh, okay. So unskilled.
int
and
plus
anything.
his skill is 2 total. So 2d6 plus 2 for me.
Alright. That's not what I have.
Right, so you have to beat an 8. Oh, a 7. Brutal.
Oh,
Brutal.
close.
Okay, so yeah, 400 credits go to him. It's only one game, you know? Still
Good
got
game,
another
good
one.
game.
You're there for 25 years. You ever have coffee?
One of the best drinks in the universe.
Ugh. I never had no coffee, but I know people that talk about it. It's supposed to be real nice. Too expensive, yeah?
It's.
They sell it on
Very
the ring, you know.
I did not.
Yeah. He's expensive. But one cup, 200 credits. You just give me a cup, eh?
Oh, well, there you go. Cup of coffee on me.
Next game. Because you already paid
Alright.
for. You're doing 2. You agreed to 2,
Yeah.
basically.
2 games.
So,
yeah.
so the bet comes up. He puts down 400.
Okay, I'll put down 400 as well.
Dang.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's if he hadn't, he would be at even more negatives. So
Yeah.
sets it up. When'd you get here? Prospera.
Yesterday?
Yeah?
Yeah.
That's when we see you on screens, you know.
Yeah, that doesn't
Big man
surprise
say
me.
you need to come in. Say, oh, this man here to help. Not sure I know about that. But so far you helping me, huh?
Huh. Yeah, well,
Make your roll.
I think I got this one though.
You have to beat an
But-
11.
About to take all this money back.
I rolled really high.
You just watch this. This one is about to. I blow on the lever that I'm about to pull or something. I don't know.
Sure.
I'll blow on the machine.
What do you get?
Ah,
7. Yeah.
almost. God.
Oh, I'm gonna try steak dinner too.
Ah.
Takes the 400 credits, so you're down 600 credits now. You'll go again?
Why are you unskilled?
Because he's rolling gambling.
It's gambling. Yeah. Okay. Okay, one more game, last one.
You sure you want 1 and not 2?
Just one. Just get me all my money back.
Ah, okay. You big spender, I like it. He throws down 1 game and drops 600 credits. And no, his total winnings would be 600. So
Yep.
he would drop in
That's
600.
what I was gonna do. Okay. 600. This is it. You're giving me all this money back.
You arrived yesterday. We see you on screen. Big man say we gotta come get you. You're important. You'll help us out here. That's why you come, huh? Because we now free. You freedom fighter.
I heard about. Well, I got pulled into a room to talk about the whole situation by security, but I've since learned about everything.
Yeah,
happening
we hear
here.
that. We hear that.
Yeah. That was a bit of fun.
Big
But-
Earthman, come down here.
No problem.
Okay. We'll see how you do, Earthman. Pulls the lever.
Okay.
Oh wait, I'm rolling here, not there. You gotta beat a 14.
All right,
Holy
you're
shit.
done
That's
for.
literally the max I can roll.
Yeah, it's not possible. Here we go.
It's not possible.
Here we go. You ready? I'm about to destroy that.
Let's
Here
see
we
it,
go.
Earthman. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Did I get you? Did I get you? I can't. Oh, I don't.
You lose your 600 credits.
Close.
Man, you are
That was a
making
close
me
one.
happy today, I tell you what. Whether you help us or not, you'll make me happy. He stands up. Last game, right?
Yes.
I'll go try some coffee.
Too broke now. Yeah, go enjoy that coffee. Tell me. I want to hear how it is. How you like it.
I will. See you at Mother's in.
All right. See you at Mother's.
Yeah, he heads up an elevator, you can see, basically, to like the finer dining and stuff, establishments and stuff.
Yeah.
With your money.
Yeah.
With how much of your money?
Okay.
Total 1,200 credits of your money.
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
1,200.
basically.
He's walking with a limp now with all that cash he's carrying.
All that digital cash. Hey, you had a chance.
Did not have a chance.
No.
Statistically speaking.
Well,
That wasn't about trying to earn money.
Don't call it
It was about
gambling for
trying to win
nothing.
money.
Yeah, you're getting information.
Yeah, it was about ingratiating myself with these killers around here.
I would say about that
These
time
line crossers.
after your game and your conversation, Bailey comes out of was basically the department store that he was in, buying glasses. You get a great deal, Bailey. I will say that because of your success on it's a mosquito. Because of your success on the broker role, I would say you get those glasses, you get them at that discount, and they are in some measurable way, aesthetically speaking, superior to the last pair you had, like shinier or smoother, whatever you might want it to be.
Okay.
Just because you you did well on the roll. So yeah, you get a nice brand new piece of equipment. Maybe your old glasses were scratched up some anyway, so you're like, oh, this isn't all that bad. And yet you see Isaac kind of now stepping out of the casino. The green-haired gentleman isn't there at this point. Isaac's just kind of standing there looking down at his feet a little bit, like thinking about something. As you walk out of the department store, Isaac, you probably look up and notice him. Where are Paris and Lean at this moment?
By the pod.
Sitting in the pod.
Okay, because it's been like 40 minutes. So let's
I
just
really wish they would hurry up.
let's
they're
zoom to
running
the
my
pod.
life.
What are you guys talking
Forgot
about?
that.
So how many engines do you think we're gonna put on this thing?
I was about to ask you.
fast
Tell me
we
about your
going?
dream
Yeah.
ship. What?
Well,
Give me a mental image.
say
Like, what is the ship? What is the ship? What are we gonna do with this thing? We hauling cargo? We
real good question.
fighting space
honestly.
pirates? Making
love
the
to
sea
shoot some
lane
pirates.
safe for commerce?
Maybe.
A little smuggling.
I would love to be able to like work for ourselves, you know, break free from
Yeah,
having to
definitely.
like be under the thumb of some corporation or some underboss. I don't know.
She's gonna have to have a caboose, is what you're saying.
Yeah, I would. So versatility is the name of the game, I think, and we got to be realistic here, right? Like, we're not gonna get my dream ship.
Mm-hmm.
I could be real,
Sure.
but 2 million credits is gonna go a really long way to getting something that we could use. I'm
Absolutely.
thinking something that we can use to make money with is the answer, right? Like something like you're saying, it's got to have a fat trunk, and it would be kind of cool to be able to, like, I don't know, ferry passengers. I know they pay, like, big important clients, they pay good sometimes, but
Yeah.
That's just an option. It'd be nice to be able to keep the crew kind of small. That way, this amount of us could run it. But if we got to hire some people, I'm sure we could find somebody. I know some people that I could reach out to. Shit. Wonder what Papa Bear's doing. Anyway, this is all stuff we can think
could
about.
be just like the Astral Light, driving fancy pants passengers back and forth.
I don't know
Cheap
about
with
that.
cheap champagne.
I'm not buying their champagne.
You get a discount. By the bulk.
I don't know. Where do you think the money's at, Paris?
They won't know the difference.
I only really know ship it. Like, we move boxes. Like, I know I can make money doing that, but
that's a safe start.
is there a better way? Like, right, safe, like, for sure. Shooting people, not that safe.
You would know it's not safe. That is not a safe start. Like, I don't mean like in terms of like getting pirated. I mean smaller vessel, the kind that you'll actually be able to afford, not being a mega corp. You can't make a profit off of commodities. You have to get the little niche cargoes and like high value items and stuff to make that profitable. You cannot make a profit off of commodities, not in this solar system anyway. But after you open up FTL, maybe you can. But that's a whole other thing.
I hate to say it, but I think
It'd be on a bigger ship for that.
it feels inevitable that we're gonna have to pick one of the pick somebody to work for, right? Not directly, but start doing some contract work. Let's kind of see where the contracts take us.
Yeah. See what we can get, basically.
Small ship, flexible crew. That's gonna have to be our niche. Is doing the special jobs, quick.
I like doing odd jobs for people.
Odd jobs, exactly.
Is there? Would I know of any like
going?
job forum? Like, is there like a Craigslist? Space Craigslist?
Yeah, there's multiple things like that. Depends on the area you're in. And
broker kiosk thing.
I will.
Because of the time it takes to send messages and stuff, it's more like a little bit localized than like the whole solar system for one thing. But yeah, it's. Yeah, absolutely.
Can I pull that up on my my tablet?
Yeah, if you have a personal tablet, you can.
Yeah, let me just peruse some of these little odd jobs, see what I can see. While we're talking about this.
That's smart.
I'm also gonna have like tabs of different ships and like even if
they could help inform
the shipyards have like an inventory, like a stock and stuff like that. I'm just gonna have that up just to get like a rough idea while there and there.
Yeah, you pull up. I mean, what you see is lots of different types of jobs. You're basically looking for jobs for ships. Is that what you're looking for?
Anyone that requires a ship for any reason, and I just want any reason. I just want to see.
Okay. Yeah, there's lots of openings. You have to kind of like communicate with the people and to kind of find out what more details about them, because they're not going to just give all the information up front. But some of it's delivery stuff. Very low profits for most of the delivery stuff. You do, if you're going to want to find something that's like a high margin, like kind of high profit, you're going to have to look for either the seedier jobs, which is more of a streetwise role, or you're going to have to look at the like jobs that are considered higher risk, right? Kind of like the hazard pay jobs that when you got here. So unless you're making the rolls to look for the illegal jobs, if you want to look for the really profitable jobs, you're going to be looking at more of the hazardous ones. So what kind of role are you looking to make, basically?
Broker,
they're different roles. Exactly. It's broker or streetwise.
Is there a way that I can see, like, get a sense of the ratio of, like, well, no, because I don't know.
Not until you make the roll.
Yeah.
Broker or streetwise,
but I have some streetwise.
I'm gonna do. Wait, what was the other one? Sorry, streetwise and what?
Broker. I think Bailey is the one that was doing it before for you for the streetwise one, but one of the other people were doing the broker stuff, so I don't know. I remember before
I'm
you
gonna go-
2 different people rolled for the last jobs you did.
I'm specifically not going to look at the illegal ones.
Okay. Yeah, so that's broker. So I would say for this instance, it would be broker int.
What's the difficulty rating?
You're rolling against 8, but it's just the effects that determine like kind of what's happening. So negative effects is stuff, positive effects is stuff. Okay. Yeah, the effect -3. There's not a lot of jobs that you would see that are very profitable. In fact, I will say you see that a lot of jobs are taken, and not taken in like, oh, this company picked up this job, but that they've been doled out specifically by the provisional government. You can also see, and this gives you a little bit of a fear in the pit of your stomach when you notice this, Lean. The provisional government seems to be scooping up a bunch of the ships to do these jobs. And you can see that there are all these limitations and stuff that people were talking about on the job boards and stuff that the provisional government is putting in place to be able to wrest control of the system after the vacuum left by the exiting of the megacorps that helped to run the area, and were part of the process of generating wealth here. Now, the economy and stuff in general here is in free fall. The value of credits here is kind of shifting and all this stuff. People are having to pay a whole lot for things that they didn't used to have to pay a whole lot for, because money isn't coming in the same way that it was. And the provisional government is kind of trying to fix that by putting in a lot of these limitations and stuff like that. And so the fear that that gives you is you're like, oh shit, they're going to be buying up all the good ships.
Close the pod door. Close the pod door. I start getting in the driver's seat.
What's wrong?
There is no driver's seat.
Fucking. So
There is no driver's seat though. It drives itself.
we can look
I
at
don't know if
jobs.
there's doors
I was just
either.
looking at jobs.
Yeah,
I was just
there's no
looking at
doors
ships, looking
either.
at jobs. Get me in this thing. I was just looking at ships, looking at jobs, and this place. Provisional government is out here and they're buying everything up right now in the shipyard. I don't know what's gonna be left for us. We're small fry. All the prices are going up on fucking everything. I don't know what's happening here on this station right now. But we gotta go.
What's his face said we should get a job at one of his yards. He's not gonna get pushed around by the provisional government.
Are you so sure about that? What if he's trying to play ball, stay under the radar?
Guys like that don't play ball. They make the balls.
You think he's that powerful?
I mean, I don't know. It sounded like it. His face is on billboards and shit.
He might just be trying to get that power.
He had like 40 dudes in that place with androids and everything else.
Yeah, some of them weren't humans for sure. Have I ever seen it?
He's running for
I'll
mayor
say,
or whatever.
I will say with the -3, you do see one possible job on there listed as being roughly profitable for ships in the class you expect you would be able to get. It just says, ship acquired, lost cargo, discreet.
We'll make a
You don't
mental
know-
note of that.
You don't know how legal or illegal that one is, but it's not a lot of information, Kevin. Let's put it that way.
Can't be illegal to move a box, right? Point A to point B.
It says
We gotta
lost
get shit
cargo.
first.
It doesn't say. Yeah. You don't know what it
Yeah,
means.
no, I hear you. Well,
I'm gonna get on the
be back
comms.
soon.
Hey, you buy those cool guy shades yet? Do we have those? Yeah, we do. We're
Yeah,
on the
I would say
station.
after this conversation, a little bit of time you're looking through perusing this stuff, that would be about the time Bailey and Isaac are meeting up outside of the casino. So we'll skip back to Bailey and Isaac kind of seeing each other here just outside, just right after you lost the money there, Isaac.
Yeah, we're on our way back.
All right, great. We gotta get a ship ASAP. The provisional government's over here buying up all the good stuff.
Oh, okay. Let's get going, Isaac. Apparently they, ships are selling like hotcakes or something.
Yeah, let's head back to the pod.
All right. So we'll walk back.
What kind of work they
Few minutes,
have?
few minutes of
sucks?
walk. Not much. About probably 10 minutes of walking to get back from where you were to there. Doesn't take you long before they arrive. But about this point, that's when you would maybe have seen the one job or whatever that was good, that kind of a thing.
Wait,
We get a coffee maker on the ship.
we're gonna get all the bells and whistles. Just you wait. We're gonna have a laundry machine.
Isaac loves coffee.
We're gonna have a slushy maker.
Slushies, I love slushies.
I'm gonna interject one thing.
You know, it's-
Like by the time Lean spots me in the crowd and I spot her at the pod, I'll wave and then immediately make a 90-degree turn and walk into a building.
No.
Walk.
It's everything's
Walk
cool,
into where?
right? Right, Bailey. What's going on?
The building he walks into is labeled
Bathroom.
as Europa Trust Holdings.
He's rich.
So
He's gonna
a
make a
bank.
deposit.
Do you follow him in there, Isaac, or not? Because you were going with them, or do you head onto the pod?
Yeah, I'm gonna follow.
And he'll be like, yeah, just a moment.
Okay.
As he walks in.
Then I'll walk towards the pod.
Right. So you head towards the pod. I mean, it's right in visual range, so it takes you like less than a minute, like 30 seconds to walk up to him. A few minutes go by. Then Bailey comes out.
And I'll sort of hastily walk over. All right, sorry about that. We can go now.
Finally, get in. Everyone, get in.
What's the rush? What's the rush?
They're buying all the ships. I don't want to get the crappy one. You'll have band-aids on it. Duct tape. We're gonna see daylight to the
Sounds like the
floorboards.
government. Sounds like the government's buying up a lot of ships to like
Something's
make up
happening
for
here.
what the corporations were doing.
Which I don't really fully grasp. What were they doing?
Well,
I don't
does
know, I'm
everything.
feeling
Stimulating
lucky.
the
I got-
economy is what they're trying to do.
I got a good deal on these new shades, so
They're
I
taking
think we'll
over
get a good
all
deal on
the
these
services
ships.
that were private before.
All right.
What time? Like what
But,
time
yeah,
is it?
let's go.
Right now.
We're already going.
Well,
Time to
on
buy a ship.
there's not like time doesn't work that way, right? Because it's different worlds that will have different times and stuff. On station, it would be considered right around like midday
Okay.
at this point.
Cool. How far away is the shipyard?
We have to turn in our,
have to go back to
our
the other
rented
station.
shuttle and take
Right,
the train back across.
Yeah.
And that was like 30-minute.
Yeah. I mean, to get to you would have to go back to Prospera Park, which is like 10 minutes by pod. You would have to turn your pod in there in Prospera Park, which will take probably another 20 minutes to do. And then you'll have to take like a 30-minute train ride basically to the other station. Well, 40-minute train ride.
Sucks.
Okay.
So about an hour, a little bit more than an hour.
So
I'm just looking at different ships at the shipyards, seeing like what's being scooped up.
See what's available. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
If you do want to actually do that will require the broker roll. And I'm just gonna warn you now. You might want whoever's the best broker to make that roll. It could be you. I don't know.
I think anyone's higher than that.
Yeah, I think you were the person that was doing the brokery
Int?
stuff before. So
Yeah.
yes, it would be it.
Hold on, hold.
You're higher than one.
Is this like an important role that will ultimately figure out what ship we're getting?
This is a
If
roll that
so, I
will.
might
There's two
suggest
questions.
Go ahead. Go ahead and finish. and I'll tell
using
you.
my boon.
Lean also has a boon, by the way. Keep that in mind. Both Lean and Paris have boons.
Use your own damn boon, then.
No, use your. You already said.
If
kidding.
it's important, he said.
But the roll, this roll here, the first one, will determine how many ships are available within the standard four. Well, yeah, you rolled last time to end up getting the four groups. Basically, there's 4 like separate shipyards. Basically, is the way I have it.
Do I have 70% off at any
Last
one
time
of
you
those?
rolled, yes, yeah. Last time you rolled to determine how many of the 4 you would get access to, and you did determine you got access to all 4. And then we rolled to see how lucky you were going to be and stuff in terms of that was the luck roll to see if you had access to all 4. But the other roll was the roll to see what basically the financial situation at the shipyards is, and that's what you're up against now. So you determine the total pool that can be pulled from, which is the classes of ships. Each shipyard had different classes and stuff. I should clarify that. Yeah, you already did that last time. So now you determine that you can get full-size frigates. Before, you weren't even going to be able to get full-size frigates unless you got all 4. So this one would be, that's fine. So this one is to determine what is actually like available there within those shipyards. But again, it takes you an hour to get there, but you're looking through, and they are being sold up fast. One of the things that you look at, you're like, now knowing now that you actually have access to full size frigates and stuff like that, which you weren't even really fully expecting, you're really stoked because you're like, holy shit, that's a real ship. We could make we could be a power in the solar system with that kind of thing, right? I mean, it's not like a full-size battleship, but it's a thing that can do jobs and haul and all this stuff. And so you're really excited to do that, and you can't see any that are for sale at all on the list. The yard says it's available. The yard says that it has frigates, but you don't see any listed. And so it's very confusing, and you're worried about maybe what the last one's being bought right now, or what's happening right now. I don't know. The lower classes of ships, there are a couple available. Like the smaller, like mini frigate, there's some. There's basically the scout ship size ships, like the really tiny ones, and then there's plenty of shuttles available.
Well, anyway, what I was gonna say is, let's head to the shipyard. If things take longer than 6 hours, I'm gonna head to Mother's myself. But let's go, because it's midday. So
yeah, it's midday. So yeah, it takes you an hour to get there. You end up turning the pod in. You have the pod rented for the whole day, so you don't technically have to, like, it's not going away. You can come back and get it in a couple hours if you want to or whatever, but it's parked and will go away automatically if you don't come back, you know what I mean? So so basically you park it in the appropriate place to come pick it back up later if you want it. Then you head back to the central monorail station, which again, as you kind of move up, you end up having to walk with your boots, your mag boots in certain areas, and there is even an area where you are almost at completely null G without mag boots, and you kind of have to like gently float across certain areas, but there's handholds everywhere for people to use and that. But once you get into the central station area, there are customs and stuff there that you can see where people coming from the station and being checked and scanned and stuff from the other direction. There's less of that going the other direction though, to be clear. Just a little bit of it. You still have to pass through some of it, but most of the checkpoint is the other way. So you end up walking up to the thing. It scans you. You do notice, Isaac, that it scans you and like flashes yellow for you, but then turn screens like you've been approved. When Bailey scans the thing though, the luxury cars does arrive for your trip, and as the double doors for it open and revealing the interior space, you have a car all to yourselves. There's a dining car in the middle, and a small robot essentially peels out from the wall. What looked like part of the wall themselves kind of comes out and then just delivers bulbs of champagne to the four of you as you board the vessel. Destination will be reached in 35 minutes. Thank you. Zzz. Pulls back into the wall. Once more, the doors close and it begins taking off in that direction. It's a very comfortable pod. You have about 30 minutes to talk amongst yourselves as you do so. Isaac,
right.
You would be, this is the first time you've had the luxury one, so. Last time you rode here, it was awful.
When
This is much
Isaac
different.
goes for a champagne, I pick his pocket. Just so he has
All right,
that
Lee, just
experience.
sit back,
Free
relax, have a drink. I'm sure we'll get a good ship.
I trust your eyes on this one, Bailey. You've been around a lot of ships, a lot more than me anyway. I've just been around one rust bucket mainly. But
The right ship's gonna talk to us. It's gonna
That's what
tell
I'm
us
thinking.
that it's the ship
Yeah.
for us. Yeah.
that's the traveler kind of talk, Paris. I like to hear it. It'll find us. Whatever happens, probably meant to be, right? It's just what we'll tell ourselves so we don't feel so
Absolutely.
bad.
Come on, Lee. Come on.
I wish this thing would go faster.
30 minutes.
I crack open a champagne ball.
Yeah, it's a bulb, so you can kind of just like squeeze it. It's like a flexible plastic bulb, basically. It's you know, basically cheap champagne. Just basically cheap champagne, but it's not bad by any means. It's certainly not. If you were like a noble or something, somebody that's had actually really good stuff from Earth, that you'd be like, this is trash. But for people that, for most, 99% of everybody else, they'd be like, whoa, I've never had bubbles in alcohol before. So it's kind of a different thing, unless you're counting like the cheap beers that people make. But yeah, it's pretty decent. It relaxes you as you journey your way across the cable. The view of Prospera Station spilling away behind you in this wraparound, like basically all the walls are screens, and you can see this beautiful panoramic view of Jupiter and Ganymede as you head across the rail. There's a kind of a light hum and almost a tiny amount of vibration as the car kind of moves across the cable, but it's very almost imperceptible. And 35 minutes later, on the dot, you enter into Ganymede Harbor as the pod briefly stops and enters into the airlock system, and then once more into the interior of Ganymede Harbor itself, its central station, and then moves down, because the pods here are actually like loaded in like elevators, like bullets into a chamber, lowers down, and you begin to feel the Coriolis effect and the simulated gravity from the spin as you head further and further down away from the central area. And eventually the door is open, and you are at just under 1G. The interior of Ganymede Harbor is very different than Prospera. This is where people come to do work, build ships, and it shows. It's clean, it's well taken care of. It is, however, very utilitarian, whereas Prospera Station was a display of wealth and beauty and really just kind of an achievement of like what humanity could accomplish out here. Ganymede is the same, but in the opposite direction. It's what humanity has to do to achieve something out here, and it really shows. It's beautiful in its own way, though. The scattered shipyards, the multiple people moving around with little like worker bee suits on, basically constructing vessels and stuff in Null G. There are even a few closed hangar yards here where they're actually pressurized in large spaces at low gravity where work is being done on ships, and you can see all these like sparks and lights lighting the area up, kind of like a Christmas tree almost, as multiple welds are being done. It is a place of industry, and there is a lot of industry. What do you do? Where do you go? Of course, I know you want to head to the shipyards, but is there anything else you want to do on your way to that, or not?
No.
The ships.
Yeah, I feel like
I'm
with
just
an
like
extra
looking
like
for the signs.
energy in our anxious energy in our step, like we're kind of hurting, thanks to Lean's insistence.
Okay. It doesn't take long to get to where the shipyards are from here. It's probably only about 20 minutes of walking or so from this area. This interior of the station itself is, again, a ring, so cylinder with another cylinder around it, but it has all of these stretched out bits that connect to the central part that are at low G, and there are, in order to get out to the actual shipyards itself, you leave the cylinder. You're still inside an arm in the central area, kind of as it would be, of the station that reaches out from the opposite direction. So here is Ganymede Harbor. Here's the long tether that goes to Prospera, but then you're here on the other side of Ganymede Harbor. So Ganymede Harbor now would eclipse your view of Prospera Station as you head out towards the shipyards, past the area that you remember parking the vessel you came here on, past all of the hazard stuff. That is all off to the side, kind of away from other areas, completely closed off. But you are within still the pressurized central arm. There's, however, a large area outside of that you realize that if you want to go out and like inspect ships and stuff like that, you'll have to put on suits and go outside to them. But mostly the ships are docked along the edges here in the interior of this arm. However, there is no gravity here, so you will be well, there's no gravity, but there's no simulated gravity, so you'll be either in mag boots or kind of floating around using handholds. Keep that in mind. As you head into the interior of this space, it is very busy with workers heading in and out. A lot of them still wearing vac suits, but with their helmets off, or like masks raised on their helmets, etc. You can see a few people kind of resting on the side, and then there are a few people that you can tell are not shopping for ships like you are, like individuals, but are brokering for the purchases of ships. And you can see that they are indeed representatives of the provisional government. There's also a kiosk, well, multiple kiosks that you can approach to kind of browse what they have, etc. This is the same stuff that you were accessing on your personal pad, and there are individual workers here near those kiosks that are actually ship dealers themselves, that work as part of the multiple shipyards in Ganymede Harbor. They themselves are more like brokers that work for the different yards, and not necessarily like the owners of those yards or anything like that. So as you kind of approach and look around the area, I assume you don't walk up to the kiosk to look at the same data you were already looking at on the pad. What do you do?
I'm gonna look at the availability.
That's already you're already looking at on your pad. So I'm saying,
Yeah.
do you go up and talk to one of the people, or do you try and listen in to those other brokers that are buying stuff, or what are you trying to do here in this scenario?
Well, I guess if I know what is available,
On the
I
bomb
can,
threat?
yeah, I get everyone out. If I know what's available, I guess I can.
What's what I
go
told you
directly
before. Well,
to
when
what
you
I'm
looked.
looking for. A bunch of. Yeah, I don't want any shuttles, so we can scratch those off the list. The bigger ships. I don't know. What are you guys thinking here? Out of the ones that looks like we got here, we got some larger ship. We got some actual. Damn, they got some ships here. I didn't really expect that.
But I thought they didn't show up. Do we need to talk to somebody? Find a kiosk or find a broker for those bigger ships and see what they say. Why are none listed?
Yes.
Get in the mix. I'll hold your stuff. I'll hold your shit.
all right,
Get in the
here,
mix.
here.
Do your thing.
All right, I'm gonna go find someone that looks like they can help me. I guess.
Well, like I said, there's two ship brokers there. You approach either one of them you want. One is male, one is female. They're both very tall. They seem to be probably Jovian based off of their appearance. The telltale sign of kind of a very healthy complexion, and none of the signs of bone density would imply that they were not part of the former legal underclass, and have probably been sitting here doing brokering for ships for probably before the coup even happened, because the working class was essentially not allowed to kind of do that kind of thing before. So if the guys are still working here, they're probably liked, because the legal underclass essentially runs this place now, right? So they were probably well liked. So that would be like the little context you would have of them as you approach. The male, as I said, they're both tall. The male's a little bit taller. He's clean shaven. He has basically like a tight bun pulled back in his hair, like a samurai knot kind of a thing, and is you would probably discern like maybe Spanish descent or something like that from Earth, but it's hard to know. He is wearing essentially neat, but not like a business suit, but very neat semi-formal clothing. The female also wearing neat semi-formal clothing. She has curly red hair. It's short to her scalp, which is pretty common. People don't have like a lot of long hair because it's a pain in the ass to put your helmet on. So when they do, they pull it back tight like he does a lot, or like her, they just have short hair. She's a freckled face, both, like I said, very tall. She's got green eyes. They kind of both perk up a bit when you approach the area. Which one do you speak to?
Who has nicer shoes?
Well, they are technically behind like a little desk, but if you like look over the
But
desk,
he's saying that.
okay. Yeah, I would say that they're both wearing mag boots. Because you have to wear mag boots here.
One of those DMs. It's one of those
Nice.
DMs.
There's no gravity. Keep in mind, so they're both wearing pretty standard issue mag boots.
All right, who has nicer fingernails?
You can make a roll.
I'll be right behind Lean.
Maybe the dude a little bit. I mean, it's really, I rolled a 5 and a 4, so they're like, it's basically like the same.
Hey, that matters. That matters. I see, like, she's probably been scratching her scalp like recently or something, and so I'm like, "How are you doing today, fine sir? I was hoping that you could assist me."
He extends a hand to shake your hand. Pietro, nice to meet you.
Petra, Lean. I forgot my name.
He's just that handsome.
My bro, yeah.
Champagne.
Oh my. Petra, in the market for a fine vessel from your establishment. Hoping that you can help narrow it down for me. Also, it looks like we're in a bit of a time crunch, huh?
Are you working
There's
for
a
one of the
government over
corporations, or are you independent buyer?
Oh, we're independent. Petra.
I will need
I'll
to
lean
see
in.
a CL, I'm afraid, to continue
I'll
business.
lean in and be like, keep it under 5,000 tons. By the way, Lean.
Is there a reason? Oh,
Get it.
well. I
Under
trust the pilot.
5,000 tons. That's a big ship.
I mean, we don't know.
It's good. We don't
Maybe
have
they got-
anything that size anyway right now. So,
See,
so
okay, we're good. We're good, though.
everything like that large has, I'm afraid, been purchased already by the
Everything,
provisional
we did have a
government.
question about those.
Certainly, yes. Any question you
They've
might
all
have?
been-
You have already checked availability.
The big ones have been sold.
Yes,
Yeah.
Only the big one.
almost all haulers have been purchased by the provisional government. We will produce more, of course, but it will take maybe a year or so to produce more.
Every year.
Slap him.
We have. Oh, we have.
That's not what I wanted to hear, Petra. Not happy.
We have a number of cruisers that were purchased by the government as well recently. That those would have been for sale, though not often, to private sellers. And yes, there is most of our frigates, of course, are gone. Those are probably the most useful to you, but I'm afraid we have sold all of them. Well, all but the one. And then we have
But the one. Yeah, let's go back to that one.
Technically, we have 2 light frigates as well available.
Technically?
As well, yes. Well, one of them is, shall we say, heavily used.
It's got character, is what you're saying, right?
Yes. And holes also.
Oh, like current holes?
Yes.
It's not a feature? Like speed holes?
Speed
or something?
holes, yeah. Yeah. I
What
mean, if
side are
if you
you
want
on?
the extra, I'm okay with this.
Listen, if we can save some money.
Speed holes. Yeah.
Ain't go down a way.
Yeah, I knew he was going to say speed holes.
I know, you said that quick.
Yeah.
All right, show the man your license.
Yeah, oh, yeah, of course.
I can't really tell you what I'm afraid until I know that you are a licensed purchaser.
Of course, Petra. Here you are, and I present my certification.
He looks at it, looks it over. Will require kind of like to scan it, basically. Does so, comes up. Oh, you are a silver rank.
Yes. Do I know what that means?
Interesting. I'm not sure if you do. You can roll on it. Actually, yeah, you would with your background as a trader. You would know. That basically gives you the right to operate all the way up to a frigate commercially.
Yes. So it's like a trucker license.
Basically, yeah. It's saying that you're responsible enough to have a ship of this size and be able to dock it at stations legally and stuff like that.
Well, Petra, I may look young, but you know, most of my life has been spent serving on a ship just like that. So
yeah. Very cool. Unfortunately, we do not have any frigate really of this size, but well, that's not entirely true, but you know how it is.
how is it?
Well, and you are, and he looks back over the license.
Silver.
Yeah, how did you get? Okay, well, never
I
mind.
told you.
It also says here you have discount within provisional government.
Should be about 70%, if I'm not mistaken.
Pros are cousin.
Don't.
I don't say that.
So this
Okay.
is this provisional government discount to be issued. Why you
maybe I
are
didn't fully
issued
understand.
discount by government? Hey, just another guy named Harry. Thanks for the follow, buddy.
They gave me. Wait, the provisional government gave me a discount?
He's saying that the discount that you were given, which is basically you got because of doing the illegal stuff with Cornelius Crow, that the actual discount thing that you have been given is basically an order from the provisional government to do that discount. So you're like, oh shit, how did that happen? Right? That's how Cornelius Crow pulled the levers.
Wow,
It's
so he
corruption.
actually-
That's what you're seeing.
Yeah,
You're seeing corruption.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He actually was able to pull it from that end. Okay. Best not to ask too many questions there. Petra, let's look and see what's available. So does that discount
But if you have government,
that opens
if
some
you
more
have
doors for us, right?
yeah, I'll show you. Okay, it's a little weird, but I will show you option for frigate, but only one, and it's not up to me if you take it, but if you take it, okay. First, you want to look at light frigates, maybe. Much easier. I don't have to deal with any of this other stuff, and makes the shipyard
You've
more
got
money.
my
Really.
curiosity
So,
piqued, Petra.
what is that? I'm gonna need somebody in the party, but you're the only one talking. I'm gonna need somebody in the party to make a persuade check. And I will say, you can tell he's holding something back because it seems like he's worried about losing money.
I'll do that.
What's your persuade? I persuade 1.
So you were the one that was doing the talking. I'm gonna say you're gonna have to make the persuade roll, unless somebody else chimes in and says something.
I'll
Right.
chime in
Sure.
and show him my
Oh, your pilot license?
my fancy pilot license
Yes.
and be like, show us the big ship.
We can handle it.
Provisional government, fucking and you hear him like cussing in basically what is Belter.
I definitely understand that.
for a moment. Yeah,
I understand that too.
He's basically saying those rich fucks at the provisional government, what the fuck? Whose money do they think they're spending? And yeah, I show you. Fine. So we've got this claim here. His Solobeck claim at Lagrange Point. Supposed to be claimed now by government. Solobeck assets all ours. Nobody gone out yet to get it, so we don't know what's on it. We know it's working ship. We know it's good ship. Full-size frigate. Morgana? No, this Cervantes class. Full-size frigate. Solobeck Industries, that's all I know. Again, we haven't claimed it, so we haven't had a chance to appraise beyond base value. So, we know it is very, very light use because it was used for something there, not holding back and forth. I'm not sure why, but it's good. It's good value.
Sounds like a fucking one.
It's good value, but it is there, not here. So you have to go there to get it if you want. And I cannot appraise or make sure it works. So while we have been told it works fine, I cannot.
How well do you trust your sources? Do they usually lie to you about something like that, or are they pretty honest?
No. I mean, it's checkers for government. So, I don't trust, but
I see. Right, they have no reason to withhold that if it were.
Yes.
They
want me to get, right? They want us to go get, bring back, check out, then sell maybe to them, maybe to somebody else, but to help economy.
It flies according to them, so
we
are
are
planning on
supposed
flying it to the location that you needed it to, so you got it?
We were going to send a crew of engineers to evaluate and bring back, and then we would spend maybe 2-3 weeks checking it all out, making sure everything good, empty out any cargo that might be there, take whatever might be on board, leftover toasters or whatever. Maybe the fridge is full. We take all that out and then we clean it, right? We scrub it up, good, and then we sell it. But we haven't had time to do this because so much going on, and the regional government wants so many ships. So that's why I not show it before. That's why it's not listed, but we know we have in inventory. So if you want to buy this, I cannot sell at new price because we know it's not new, but I cannot sell at evaluated used price. So I have to give you a base price.
I look at Bailey. Is there do we have an image of this vessel? And a name, maybe?
I can show you class manual.
Yeah,
it's not for this ship, but it's for a ship like it. All ships in this class.
Yeah, let's see the class specs.
I'm pretty familiar with most freight runners, but mainly the one
this
I was
one's
on.
been upgraded with FTO. Experimental Solobeck engine.
It's a Cervantes class frigate. Looks like this. Hands you the manual. The manual is there under journals if you want to look at it. Is there an easy way for me to show this on stream? I think there might be if I do this and then just show it to boom, and then I do
8 decks. Oh, it's the Rocinante.
Yeah, it's the Rossi.
It's very similar to the Rossi, yeah, the way it looks. Well, so is the Morgana if you look at that as well. We'll see if I can actually control this so that can. Oh, hold on, let me do this first. Let's go. Oh wow, it's not what I was expecting to happen. But okay. We'll do here. We'll go here. We'll go here. All right, now. Push it again. There it is. Okay. Yay. You can see it somewhat there. So this only 4 frigates we got.
Classification says light frigate.
The
we
one
have
we're looking
light
at?
frigate on other. Well, that is true. That it says it on the manual there. It does say light frigate. There are the light frigates that I have organized now are the Morgana class frigate and the Relentless. But the Relentless is they don't have any of those. We rolled for that earlier, so. Here, back to here. Legally distinct, it is. Cervantes also is a reference to the author of Don Quixote, so it's also a reference to the Rocinante in that respect as well. 0 Hour is the guy that makes a lot of that artwork and stuff. It's pretty cool stuff. So people should go out check him out. 0HR. Really good deck plans and ship art and stuff to use for RPGs. He's in a battle with cancer right now, so if you want to go to his any of his social medias and support him there, he has Patreons and stuff like that. I'm sure he would appreciate it. But moving on to happier topics. Yeah, we have a Cervantes class there to check, and if you want Morgana, we have light frigateer of Morgana.
The
character sheet is where the
Cervante-
real stats are for it, but I can't really show you that until I give you access to it.
The Cervantes ship, what's the
Cervantes.
minimum? Cervantes. Cervante?
Cervantes.
Cervantes. What is the minimum crew size?
Minimum
4 to
crew.
8. Oh, sorry. Were you in character?
I was, but you are right. You are right. Minimum crew is 4. You'll need at least pilot, engineer, medic, maybe gunner if you win a fight. You can of course have more to run more gun, to run more shifts. Can't really have more than 8, but it's space for passengers and stuff. Space for people to have their own. One of the things that's special about Cervantes is senior crew have their own quarters, as opposed to light frigate where everybody got to bunk up.
I look at the group and I'm just looking at this Cervantes class, and I'm gonna be honest, guys. I couldn't hear anything else after he started talking about this ship.
So out of character, if you want the Cervantes, you'll have to go get
Go
it
somewhere.
and stuff. Yeah, and it is it's gonna be a base price. So you don't know how valuable it actually is, but you will have to pay like the base price for that class of ship. It might be so that's like basically the base without a bunch of the attachments and stuff for it. Then if you wanted to just buy the ship here, there is one Morgana class ship, which is like a scout ship basically version of the Morgana. So if you want to think of it back to Chronicle terms, like of those ships scales and stuff, so it's something you know and you played in, the Morgana is like basically that little scout ship that you got in the beginning, if you remember that. And the Cervantes would basically be like the ship that you played that campaign in more. So it's your choice now if you want like a larger ship that you can haul some stuff in and have your own quarters in, or if you want to be in a really small ship where you have to like bunk up 2 and 2 and stuff like that. Which is technically
Wait,
cheaper.
say that last bit again.
Your choice is basically between, it's similar to like in the Traveler campaign we played before in Chronicle, where you had the ship that you ended up with, but the first ship that you got was that scout ship, right? Remember that? And then you turn that scout ship in and bought that ship. That second ship, the ship that you had for most of the campaign, would be equivalent to the Cervantes in size, roughly. This ship, the Morgana, would be more like that scout ship. So that's like the comparison. Morgana to Cervantes in this respect.
Okay.
Would be like scout ship to free trader.
You guys,
Basically, do you want your own quarters or do you want to bunk up?
Yeah.
That's what you're talking about, right?
you guys,
Right? Small cargo hold and bunking up together.
we did say that it would kind of like call out to us, and this kind of seems too good of an opportunity to squander.
This is our dream. Let's go for him.
Petra, how much
applies
is
to this one, right?
absolutely? How much is this?
We'll think about it if the price is right.
Yeah, right. We don't want to seem too eager. I get where you're coming from. I like see broker skills. So Petra, we're a little interested in the the Cervantes class that you have here. Where is it, and how much would that cost us?
Solarbeck Hangar 4. Well, former Solarbeck Hangar 4. The L5 Lagrange point. They have research station out there. Solarbeck.
L5?
Yeah.
That's Mars, like asteroid belt L5, or like
No, it's
near
the
Ganymede.
so here's Jupiter, right? And here's Jupiter's orbit, right? This big circle. If Jupiter is where my thumbs meet, then like here and here would be the L4 and L5s. Right, in that same orbital path. So it would be
It's the Jupiter orbit. Okay.
yes, yeah.
Yeah, every celestial body has its own.
And then obviously Peter's going to throw in a. Right. That's what I was getting at. So Peter's going to throw in a shuttle so we can get out to this thing.
And the cleaning crew, right? They're gonna come with us.
No. He's saying that he's saying their plan was to send engineers out, check the ship out, see if everything was okay. They were going to bring it back, clean it, and then sell it. You know that it would sell probably for maybe more than because if the ship has than base, because if it has any attachments to it, if it has any upgrades to it, if it has all that stuff, if it has any of that stuff, it's going to be charged for, or they're going to be taken out and used elsewhere.
Gotcha.
And then if it has any cargo on board, that's going to be gone too. You don't know if it has cargo or not, but
It does.
it might. I mean, we're going to roll for it when it happens. I don't know yet.
It's stacked.
I know what the cargoes
It's
could be,
stacked.
but it's on the dice.
It's stacked.
So you would be getting the ship cheaper, but you would basically have to be that cleaning crew. You see what I'm saying? You would be those engineers.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. I was proposing, mostly tongue-in-cheek, as far as how do we get out there. Could he provide a shuttle to get us out that we could bring, return the shuttle?
All right, Petra, would there be a way for us to get out there? We're kind of
yeah, we can do that. We have to give you not permanent, of course, but we can send automatic ticket. Yeah.
Okay.
So that'd be basically a slow ship, and you'd be in low berth. Basically an automated drone on low berth that you would be on. A small shuttle maybe takes like 2 weeks, maybe 4.
Oh, Petra.
I mean, you have to do the purchase now, but you can't get it until then.
How much? Petra,
You
how
go to
much is
sleep,
this
you wake
vessel?
up, and you have your ship tomorrow.
Right, I know. I don't trust low berths for shit, but I don't like that dreamless sleep.
Hold on, I'll tell you. 1 second.
I'd rather fly a shuttle out there, but
That's my feelings.
I mean, you can rent shuttle if you want to rent shuttle. This is just the free. This is free.
We would like free. Can we rent for free?
he literally laughs.
I think the consensus is we'll take this.
Basically, where do I sign?
Do up the paperwork.
All right, so base price, and we do discount here.
Watch, we can't afford it. I'm gonna be mad as fuck.
We got
96 million credits.
I mean, it's gonna be
2 million and 50 credits.
It's I mean, it's millions and millions of credits. Obviously, even with the discount, you're going into debt for it. You're it's like a car payment. You're not gonna like. This is basically your down payment.
Buying my condo.
We could have afforded it, but Isaac decided to gamble.
No inspections.
Yeah, exactly, Squiffy. 1,200 credits short.
Yep. I lost it all.
Sorry. And oh, we got another buyer. Another buyer just showed up paying cash.
Swoop.
Oh,
he's got green hair.
Everything we come to. This would be. He has green hair. This will be 60. Yes, after everything.
Oh, that's reasonable. Oh.
60K. All right.
60 million
Nice,
credits.
60,000 credits.
That's
With the I'm sorry. Can we
What?
double check that's with the discount?
Yes, it's after discount. It's 60
That's
million
fine.
credits. Let's see, that is 52 weeks. Yes.
52 weeks of what?
Fun, huh?
A free before we have to start paying.
I lean back and I look at Bailey and I'm like, I mean, if they can catch us, right? Where do I sign?
Yeah, so you're looking at, you don't know what the maintenance cost is because you don't know what's on the ship, right?
No, this is so fucked.
Oh,
But
Jesus
the maintenance
Christ.
cost will be between, you don't know exactly, but at the lowest it would be about 6,000, and at the highest it would be about 15,000, 16,000. That's per month. Then the total mortgage will be 60.2 million credits after discount,
60.2
which I promise you
million?
is a very good deal. 60.2 million credits, so 60.2 MCR.
All the excitement that Lean has been kind of like filled with is kind of being like pressed down by this massive brick of debt.
They're like shaking.
It is on a
Meanwhile,
I'm
Bailey's
looking for
getting
any kind of
25
look
year
of reassurance
to
from
30
anybody.
year.
That is ready to fly.
I will
Like,
walk
as
up
much
and
as
put my hand on
Lean's
your shoulder
losing
and say, this is our
excitement-
dream. We're doing this.
Bailey's gaining excitement. Like, hell yeah.
You're like, I'm gonna fly in this thing.
We can literally fly that shit back here and sell it for probably 200%.
And then
It's
get
not
another
even a
ship.
problem. People are
actually
desperate
true.
for ships right now.
That was the reasoning that I gave myself for when I bought the condo that I'm living in. I was like, oh, I can just sell it later. Fucking great. Okay, real life. Let's do it, Petra. Let's do it.
Let's go.
I'm for it. I look at the excitement on everyone's face. I see Bailey kind of just like, I've known Bailey long enough to know that he's just like underneath the surface. He's just like frothing. Like he's like, he can't wait to get in the air and fly this thing. And I look around and the hopeful eyes of Isaac and Paris, who are now out traveling for the first time in their careers with this hopeful glint in their eye. Let's do it. Let's pull the trigger, guys.
All right, you're going to sign here then, and it spins a pad around for you, basically to denote you have to give me this, basically your voucher.
How long do we have in the hangar?
Oh, that's a
before
great
we need
question.
How long do
get
you
it
have in
all up and
the
running?
hangar before you have to leave there?
Mhm.
Y'all, because y'all weren't sending
That's a good
people for a
question.
minute,
You're
so
right.
It's gonna take us a little bit of time to get it cleaned up
Two.
and
yeah, it'd be
Yeah.
great if we could do it there and any repairs.
You might have to move it from there for repair facilities. Most of facility there has been stripped for use by provisional government. It's mostly empty there. But you might have some luck there. Time in hangars there, you technically are supposed to leave as soon as you are on ship. So once the ship has been deemed, yes, I can fly, you should go. It shouldn't be a problem legally unless you are there still for like a month.
oh, okay.
Okay.
Not an issue.
That should give us enough time to scrub the decks.
Do good
Did this,
inspection.
has this thing?
Yeah, make sure there are no
Clean the
holes, you know.
fridge. Yeah, no speed holes.
No speed holes, yes. So you are good? You are signed?
Yes.
Alright, so we have 4 partners
I
then.
can do it. You have what?
We have 4 partners. This is you are crew, you are business. You have CL, which is you have to have CL to operate. So, all right, I need
partners.
I need you all to sign here to give me this voucher. Thank you. And then after you each sign, I need you to fill in business contract information for CL with ship.
Got it.
And we are good.
I pretend to sign, but don't.
Okay, well. So yeah, it's basically he passes it to you. You can sign or not, your choice. If you don't, though, you won't be reaping profits from the ship stuff too either. Keep that in mind.
Freezing
So I
you
mean,
out.
you get normal stuff that players would give you or whatever, but
We'd pay you.
official
whatever
things
role you
wouldn't.
fill.
Yeah,
60
exactly.
credits a week.
I'm just saying, if you think I signed but didn't, then you're just gonna pay me a share.
Well, I'll be listed now. They'll see.
Disappearing ink.
But you can sign it or not.
No
But
one's reading
then,
the paperwork.
in addition to that, so you hand in the voucher, you each sign the document. Then you are now all partners in this business. You are all liable for the debt as well. Should any other partner default, the others are responsible for the debt. It goes into lots of detail about central banking and what could happen to you legally speaking if you renege on the debt, etc. We can find you anywhere, blah 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 blah. Eventually you're like, okay, holy shit, all right, this is a lot of debt, but this is gonna be cool. And some of the excitement there, some of the fear is there. You pass it all over, you sign the last bit of the document, and then the last page essentially flips up on the pad. It's business information to put in the name of your business that the ship is registered to.
I'm so like pale white right now, like just filling out all this paperwork, and like cold sweat is just on the surface of my skin, and then I get to this page and I just kind of freeze, and I look at everyone and I just like mouth the words like, I haven't thought of this. I haven't thought of a name. What are we?
I did warn you guys months ago, but I know it's been months.
I'm trying to remember the one we were.
That step and then there's
our
all yours.
Sojourn one.
That was 0315
13.
Unlimited.
Oh, that's right.
Because you were like group 0315 at the company you worked for that got dissolved. Yeah.
The Sojourners.
That's kind of cool. Actually, good homage. Well, because we still have to come up with a ship name too, right? That's a whole
Right.
other thing, right?
Yeah, we have 2 weeks and stasis.
So
for that.
yeah. So you're gonna see Lean with like notebooks full of just like names crossed out, like how.
So you do have to come up with a ship name, but you do have right now on the document basically an FFID signature that when you get on the ship, you'll put into the computer and like basically put this information in, and the ship will be like, oh, I belong to this organization now, yada yada yada. What does this FFID signature equate to in terms of a name? And that's when you'll pick the name for your ship.
Okay.
All right.
What's our business?
The Travelers.
Star Runners.
That was
Runners.
what was the name of your ship? Was it Star Runner? No, it was Star Cutter was the name of the one ship you
Yeah,
had.
that was such a sick name.
You had like Star
That one with
Cutter,
some
the
Mercury
Bastard
Star
Star,
That sure was cool.
the Bellerophon.
I don't remember that one.
That was like the really enormous ship that Venom's character Wayne brought up from the surface of that world in Sojourn. Like towards the end of the campaign.
Yeah, forgot we got an upgrade. Guys, we gotta name what is our company? What do we do? I'm
He's just like patiently waiting for you to fill it out.
Yeah.
Like,
all right,
"Well, then,
Petra.
okay."
Yeah. Listen, we've been cool this whole time, Petra. Just give us a second here. We
It's
got
all
four
right.
partners,
It's all right.
4 brains. We gotta agree on a name here.
He's just like sitting there and
Four
sipping on like a
Spaceketeers.
bulb of like some kind of soda or something. Just
What was that, Isaac?
The 4 Spaceketeers.
space Keteers.
Bill.
It is you
that
are
our
technically
initials?
forming. You are technically forming a company,
ILP.
so it can be like something industries or whatever
Yeah.
you want it to be.
Art Vandalay, import exports.
Yeah. Yeah, that's funny. Blip. Blip Industries. That's actually sick. I like that. Blip Unlimited. That's what we're doing. Blip Unlimited.
Okay,
Flip Unlimited works.
Lip Unlimited it is. So you fill it out. It's registered. You see the FFID for the first time, and which is like you've seen these before on other ships. If anybody that's been on a ship for any length of time has seen a million of these, right? Seen tons and tons of these FFID signatures for other ships, their own ship, 100 times. And when you see an FFID signature and it's next to a blank, it's like a kind of like a call to action almost, where you're like, oh wow, this is for real. This is a ship. I'm gonna have to name this ship. Like I almost never see an FFID next to a blank. It's always next to a name. That name is there for me to fill in. It sort of like sets in on those of you that have spent time in space. For those of you that haven't spent much time in space, it's probably like, you're like, oh, neat, this is our new number, I guess. But there is an emotional significance to seeing the FFID signature there for those of you that have spent time in space. I would say especially for, well, actually probably especially for you, Liam, because of you wanting to get this ship and stuff so hard. Now this is opportunity. But even Bailey, to a large degree, just like, this ship is mine now. I own this ship. I'm the pilot of this ship, right? I'm a partner on a ship that I own and can fly, and like, this is really cool. Kind of a excitement, you know. I've never got to name one of these before, so there should be a level of emotional resonance there. But then Peter kind of like takes you out of that headspace for a moment as he like pulls the pad back around and finalizes it. All right, you are in debt for the rest of your life now. No, I am kidding. It'll be fine.
I slap him.
You just want to slap this guy.
So we were. You can leave from here if you want. Is up to you when you want to leave. The trip will be paid for on automated vessel for next 2 days. So if you leave after 2 days, then you have to get your own shuttle. If you leave anytime in 2 days now, you're good. Keep in mind it will take probably 2 weeks, maybe as much as 4 to get there. Though you will be low berth all time, and also once you're there, you can't be more than a month. So be careful.
So sooner the better.
What about
Well, that
shuttle
depends on what
rental
kind of shape
prices?
this thing's in, doesn't it?
Sorry, you're all talking at once. What?
I was asking about shuttle rental prices.
Yeah, we can rent shuttle. Yes. I'll tell you how much. You want big shuttle or little shuttle?
I mean, it's just the 4 of us, so
A big shuttle is you have rooms to sleep. Little shuttle is like tiny ground van that you sit in all time.
which one's faster?
What,
They
fit
say-
4?
The same speed.
What, fit 4?
They all fit 4, yeah.
Well,
What's the price of both? So we have options.
Let's see. Seraph class going to be. You have to rent for whole time, depending on how long you get. 5,500 per month. For Seraph. Oh, sorry, no. 5,500 per week for Seraph. For Big Boy. $6,800 per week.
We'll do the free one.
Free when it is.
Oh. Lean warms up to low berths.
All right.
One way to make a compelling argument for low berth.
Yeah, being broke.
Well, you could tack it onto the price of the ship if you want, but oh, actually, no, you can't. Not for rentals. You would have to like bargain for that. But yeah, you can't just automatically do it. That's what I mean.
So we have 48 hours to pick up the free shuttle.
Yeah, 48 hours to get into the free shuttle. Yes, which will then take off after being given instructions to do so by the people here at this shipyard. And you would meet them here, and they would take you out to it, and you would have to get into it. So you have to get into your vac suit, and then EVA over to it, because it's not docked, and EVA over into it. Then you'll have to take your EVA suit off, get into the low berth, and then you'll be unconscious for a month.
A month?
Well, 2 to 4 weeks, depending on the trip. I had to roll it.
We only have a month to keep the ship.
You have a month once you get to the ship. They said.
Oh, okay.
To inspect it and do repairs if need be, etc.
They're basically being cool and letting you get there because they understand. People understand space travel takes fucking time, right? But once you are there, they're like, you got a month to get out of here because we're packing this shit up. That kind of a thing.
Okay, we'll be back within 48 hours.
All right, it's good to business.
Petra,
Blip
you're making
Unlimited, huh?
dreams. Yeah, you've heard of us, I'm sure.
No, but I will maybe in the future, I hope.
Yeah, you will be remembering this conversation with fondness by then.
Okay, good. Maybe you buy me a drink sometime. You come back with the nice ship.
You know, Petra, absolutely, you can hold that to me. I got you. You're making dreams come true out here.
Okay, when you get in low berth, if everybody okay, everybody done low berth before?
Yes.
All right, just let you know when you go in, don't try and hold breath, okay? Because if you do, bad things happen. You come out, maybe brain damage.
Yeah.
Don't do that.
You hear that, Isaac?
That's cool.
All right, I see you I see you sometime in the next 48 hours. You can ping me here at this number if you want, and he gives you contact data. For him, it's like a professional number. I can get you onto shuttle if you ping me, or I send one of my partners to do so if I'm off duty or something. But yeah, you don't have to come here to kiosk to go. We can just take you. Just call me. Hey, we got you out in there, and it's good times. All right, enjoy your time here because you know you're going to be unconscious for a long time. So maybe have a good meal because you're not going to eat for a long time, right? Okay. I got other business to do though, so sorry. I must tend to these gentlemen over here from the government, and you can see like his smile fades a little bit.
Yeah.
You can also tell, I would say, from the total course of this interaction, that he's a little frustrated that you bought this ship.
Because he might take some flack later.
Yeah, but because also maybe his particular shipyard won't make as much money from it, because he was planning on getting in here, getting out, and they know they make money off the cargoes and all this stuff. But because you had the thing from the government that's basically like, let them buy this stuff, his hand was forced a little bit to be like, all right, fine, to do that. Where he normally wouldn't have done that.
In some kind of like belter lingo, I would like to refer to the government fucks and let him know to take him for everything they got.
Hey, no, vis-a-vis. You can denote like he's like, yeah, we're planning on taking them for everything they've got. Like
I just start laughing and do a belter response.
I would also say like, because you spoke to him in Belter, he would speak back to you in it as well, and he would say, in Belter, he would say. He would like gesture towards them, kind of smile halfway, and he'd go, meet the new boss, same as your boss, right? And then go off and do business with them. And then, yeah, he would head away from you or whatever. You can see he's starting to do business with them, with the other broker now. But yeah, you are now the proud owners of the ship.
We take a few steps away. I stare at everyone in the group, and I grab Bailey's forearms and I do that like jump scream thing, and I'm just like full on excited.
Everybody in the place
Bailey,
turns over and looks.
our own ship. Can you imagine? Did you ever think that we would be flying our own ship? All of you, look, we're all Paris, Isaac, get in here. We are partners of our own ship. Start thinking of a name. I know I got 100 rattling through my brain right now, but we're in equal partnership here. So we all gotta say, this is the best day of my life. We gotta
Ship
go.
name, huh?
Amazing.
Are you hungry? Who's hungry? Let's go spend some of these credits.
Well, Isaac might have a thing to do, so yeah, let's go do that.
Oh, shit.
How long did that take?
See, it took you an hour to get here, then it took you probably another 20 to get to this place from once you arrived at the
20
station, then another 20 minutes. Then I would say the browsing, the wheeling and dealing is probably another 2, so it's probably, let's just say it's been 3.5 hours since you left the park, basically.
Okay, so it's still like equivalent like 6 p.m. or something, if that.
Oh yeah. I mean, I would
4
say
PM or
I would
something.
say it's earlier. Yeah, like 4 p.m.
Okay. All right. Yep. Yeah. Let's go get some food.
So back to the other side, hit the mall,
Yeah,
Prospera.
let's
We
go.
can grab a bite and
Yep.
head back to Gray Town.
We're supposed
Okay.
Gray sector.
I'm supposed to go to Mother's tonight, so
There.
we got
Yeah.
Do you want to go to Mother's or that other address first?
I want to go to Mother's first.
Do you have any
Okay.
idea what the other address is about?
I don't think I do.
I don't think it's for a hab. It's like an actual living
Yeah.
address, I think.
I mean,
All right, we'll go to Mother's. We'll play it however you want.
Yeah, we got your back, Isaac, like we said.
If you just want to get details on the job, we'll get details. If you want to tell them to stuff it, we'll tell them to stuff it.
I went and that green hair guy was looking pretty mad in the casino, so I went and lost a little bit of money to him. Make
Felt
him a little
generous, gave him
happy.
some.
And he seemed to he called me Big Earth Man. Apparently they're excited to see me, so it doesn't seem like
Yeah, I don't think that means
problem?
what you think it does. And I'll slap him on the back.
Awesome. All right. So as you're heading back through Ganymede Harbor towards the central station, I assume, to head back to Prospera.
Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
The
About-
burger
about-
joint. What's that, Cosmic Burgers place?
Cosmic Bites.
Yeah, we're not going there.
Okay. So you can. I mean, there's some here and there's some there, but so you definitely advertise Cosmic Bites multiple times as you do so. But you head towards the central area of the station. It takes about 20 minutes of walking to get there. Towards the end, it is all mag boots or mag rail to connect to with vehicles and stuff. But as you enter the station and begin to once again go back through customs, this is the actual customs where you had to be scanned and everything, declare stuff. Having passed through multiple times now doesn't take too long to do so. And as you're beginning to do so, once again you see Isaac flagged and then corrected, and you board the comfortable pod due to Bailey here, and are taken across the rail as you are looking at this beautiful view here on all sides. The station spilling out behind you, the other station approaching from the four. Let me make sure if I can get this to adjust. Takes another minute to do it sometimes. Still hasn't done it. If I click stop first, then do it. There it goes. Man, that takes a long time. The screens around you change suddenly. No longer showing the view, but showing a number of advertisements on the sides, but on the front and aft sections of the pod, you see breaking news appear, and the a reporter shows up on screen and begins to speak. The volume is actually quite low, but you can hear it like automatically increases slightly to make it audible, and you have the choice now that pops up on the little table that you guys are sitting at drinking your bulbs of champagne to increase or decrease the volume or send it back to not being there. But you can see breaking news report.
Turn it up.
You turn it up. Reporter on the screen, they have already said their name and stuff, so you're kind of cutting in mid-sentence here. This is a breaking news report from Ganymede, where a horrific accident has shaken Prospera Station, leaving a number of lives lost and the community in shock. We bring you the latest developments on this tragic event. Our reporters on the scene have uncovered a series of revelations that have sent shockwaves through the Jovian system. You're like, wait, what the fuck is happening? They go.
We just left that place. What?
Right. They go on. Witnesses report a horrifying attack by security virtual intelligence units, leaving several individuals dead and Prospera Station in a state of chaos. But what makes this incident all the more perplexing are the emerging details that suggest a sinister plot might have been in play. And they kind of, whoa, right? They're very, like, they're sensationalizing quite a bit, the news anchor themselves.
I imagine like Night City style.
Yes, absolutely. It has come to light that Victor Malik, an aide to Cornelius Crow, was seen potentially leading the security VIs in their assault. Cornelius Crow, who recently announced his intent to run for governor of Prospera Station, has been a vocal advocate for making Ganymede Harbor and Prospera Station the capital of a greater Jovian government. You see a picture of, like, the scene transitions to Cornelius Crow. You see campaign rally footage of him and stuff. And it continues on. Crow's political ambitions have sparked both hope and controversy in the wake of the Jovian provisional government's formation. His vision of a unified Jovian alliance, with Prospera Station at its core, promises to reshape the solar system's political and economic landscape. You see now the scene transition to the exterior view, an exterior view of Prospera Station, kind of orbiting around it, showing the total, like, beauty of it. And this is footage from quite a while ago. You can tell because of the way that the cable between the two is sort of in a different level of construction. It transitions back to the anchor. The valiant efforts of Prospera Station's security forces ultimately halted the attack, but not before innocent lives were lost. Victor Malik managed to escape during the chaos, leaving authorities scrambling to apprehend him. You can see his scene transitions then to this, what looks to be a makeshift memorial that's been pieced together very, very quickly with a few individuals around it. The camera just lingers there for a brief moment, and the news anchor continues on. Among the victims was Franklin Roberts, a respected scientist from Solobec Industries specializing in spatial geometry and exotic energies. Roberts was visiting Prospera Station in an advisory capacity, providing insights to local Prospera services. Solobec Industries, known for their controversial FTL claims and allegations of using the legal underclass for human experiments, now finds itself embroiled in this unfolding tragedy, as well as their excitation from the Jovian system. The scene transitions to interviews with local residents, and one individual that you don't recognize, it comes up and is being interviewed by another person, not the anchor person. That you just hear them, like, quick cuts to them as they speak. This attack feels like something out of a nightmare. The tensions between political factions and involvement of Solobec Industries raise some serious concerns about the future of this station and the Jovian system as a whole. And it cuts to another one. It's clear that there are powerful forces at play, trying to undermine the stability of the Jovian provisional government. We must not let fear divide us. Instead, we should come together and find justice for the victims. He spits on the ground. Another cut. The involvement of Solobec Industries and the controversial figure of Victor Malik raises some serious concerns. We need answers and transparency. Government isn't giving them to us. It cuts back to the news anchor. As the investigation intensifies, Prospera Station stands at a crossroads. The tragic incident has exposed deep-seated rivalries, political ambitions, and the potential dangers posed by advanced AI systems and those that would seek to use them. That's all for now. More news later. It cuts out, and you can see the time mark for this news report is literally like the events or whatever were literally like minutes after you made your deal. Like this would have been happening while you were in the park.
Oh.
And is now being reported on like 4 hours later, basically.
Um.
The screens change back to the view of the stations, and you continue on for another. You're about 15 minutes into your rail ride over there. What do you do?
That's not our fault, is it?
What about the Nova Bomber? Or
The what?
Cloud Skipper? That one's kind of cool. What do you guys think of that?
Bomber's a little
Cloud skipper's
intense.
stupid. There's no clouds in space.
There's plasma clouds, Bailey.
No.
All right, well, our
Spaceship
camera
have
will.
legs they can't skip.
That's what our camera will hear as the pod pulls away from the camera and into Prospera Station, and that's when we go on break. So we'll be right back. All right, we are back. Took a second, sorry. Had to use the bathroom and grab my Pokeball to eat. So you have purchased your ship. You have calculated the basic monthly expenditure you're gonna have to do for it. You're now like scrolling back through, like as you're like kind of celebrating, heading, you know, the job, heading back to the train. Were you intending to eat here, or were you intending to eat on Prospera Station? Oh wait, you already got on the train. That's right. So you rode the train to the last. We'll say, since we did the break, the last 15 minutes of the trip there are basically just you guys kind of discussing what you just saw on the news and talking about ship names and all of that stuff. And then you arrive once more at Prospera Park. It'll take you about 10 minutes to retrieve your pod that you've rented.
I did. While I'm waiting on the pod, I want to look up this picture of this Victor Malik.
Okay.
And I basically want to see if it's the same guy I saw that made the deal.
Same guy.
Wow,
Shit.
you did this.
I'll let the group know that.
Wait, what are you saying?
The shady guy that
Why would they?
couldn't see, he's the guy we dropped the box off to.
Shady guy we couldn't see.
Yeah, the guy in the dark.
Yeah. Oh.
And the robot that broke my glasses.
Yeah.
Apparently,
Wait, so
according to
what
this, after we left, those
What's
robots
going
went
on?
crazy.
What the fuck? Like literally after we left?
Yeah, I think so. If
Minutes.
my math on the timing's right.
First we saw those strange signatures, and now we have an FTL scientist who's dead, directly tied to that. This package. And why is the government buying up all these ships anyway?
And correct me if I'm wrong, but Crow was kind of implicated in some sinister plot.
Well, I don't know about
Totally
that,
shocked
but
me from
I know that this
something like
Victor guy, he was the dude.
He was. That's the guy that we met with?
Yeah, that's the guy we gave the
No
box to.
shit. Well, I'm glad we don't have that fucking box.
Yeah.
Could have been us.
The news did say that
Yeah, but
Victor
we-
Malik was a former aide of Cornelius Crow's.
Okay. But he was also tied to Solidback Industries.
Yep.
Oh, hey, look, there's our car.
Oh, and
I
then
don't know
why
who
would
we're
he,
getting into bed with here, but
so this guy who was related to Solidback Industries had us retrieve a Solidback Industries crate.
illegally. So clearly,
Oh, certainly.
he
You
wasn't
also
really.
know that Solidback Industries assets are being dissolved and taken up by the provisional
Yes.
government now.
They wanted to save this thing. They wanted to save this thing. They wanted to make sure that this thing wasn't absorbed. Whatever this thing was that we picked up for them, they wanted it. And they wanted to make sure that
Mhm.
they were the ones that had it.
Absolutely.
What it looked like what to you, Bailey?
I'll go ahead and
You
describe
saw
it again.
Yeah.
As the crate was opened and it rose out of the crate, it levitated about a foot or so above the crate. It started as a sphere, and then it broke apart into multiple pieces that moved individually but cohesively as a whole to form first a helix shape, then a triple helix shape, quadruple helix shape, and then eventually it would start changing into shapes that were hard to recognize. A torus that is inverted and twisted, if you want to imagine it that like. So a torus under tension is one of the shapes that it arranged itself into, and then eventually back into a sphere. It did this in about 10 seconds time. So flip, 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 like that kind of fast as it's changing shapes. And that was about the time that the first time you saw it, that the boarding happened. The second time you saw it, it did the same thing, though maybe faster. And you would also note that these are definitely different units because the first one was taken away by those people. So
Yeah.
yeah.
So I'm not sure what that was.
Like,
Some
obviously
nanotech or
no,
About
not
like
the
watermelon
second one.
size, like
think it
cantaloupe to
could've been
watermelon
a-
size, somewhere in there. I mean, it kind of
You
changed
think it
size
could
as
have
it
been a
moves.
weapon?
Like an ostrich egg.
A little bit bigger than that.
Why do you think they wanted it so badly?
I think
High-tech shit,
some
whatever it
kind of
was.
Wild artifact. Artifact. I'm sure it was from those other people that were super advanced.
Think that they made that?
Not of this world.
They were stealing
I
it
think
back?
So. They certainly. It's certainly more related to them than related to.
You guys are getting into your
anything
pod?
that humans are doing.
Yeah. I don't think that was theirs either, to be honest.
So we go to Mother's or
No.
the burger
But
place to
certainly
eat?
it was their business.
I'm hungry.
We're going to burger place first.
I thought we'd grab a burger before we get in the car.
But not the Cosmic place. They were pushing way too fucking hard. I don't trust that.
Well,
They're
Did
pushing
you
'cause they're
say
good.
cosmic
I'm an
place?
earther, I would say
Hearing you say the word cosmic, the automatic ads begin to chime. Cosmic bites, come and eat it. Cosmic bites.
See, fuck that. Are you kidding me? Y'all
I'll
gonna
push a
give in
button
to
on the
that?
nav. Let's go.
I don't want them to know that their shit works.
Cosmic bites.
You can't pollute my subconscious. It's not gonna work on
Directing
me.
card to cosmic bites.
No, cancel that.
Bailey's the one that's doing it. I'm not.
Isaac's fucking singing the fucking jingle. Isaac, I better not catch you singing that in space.
All right, so you
Catchy.
are you going to cosmic
Got
bites?
locked
Is
in
that what
the
you're
No.
doing?
Long sleep.
I'm
I mean,
looking
it seems
for
like
another
it
burger.
sounds like you are.
I
Bailey
want a
keeps
more
hitting the
rustic
button.
burger place, like a nice flame broiled.
What's
Rustic bites.
game are you playing?
I don't know.
Real juicy all beef
Yeah, they
quarter
can grow
pound,
meat.
like half
They grow
pounder.
Hell yeah.
Yeah,
Give me a
you're
brontosaurus
100%
burger.
There are
100% right.
meat products.
There's meatish things.
Give me a mammoth spare ribs.
So you want to go to an upscale restaurant? Because those do exist.
The pod tips over and it's.
He's trying to trick us.
They
He's trying
loaded
to
on the
trick us
side
again.
of the pod.
I just want to know where you want to go.
He's trying to
We're
trick
going
us
to
again.
Something fancier than the fast food place.
It's gonna be another $1,200.
Okay. Well, to be clear, Cosmic Bites isn't fast food. It's not like Whammers or something. It's more like Applebee's, if you want to think of it like that. It's
Okay.
like, so it's not like much better, but you get my point, right? Like,
I do, yeah.
Yeah,
It's definitely
yeah.
the neighborhood market or whatever
Right.
they call it. Feels good in the neighborhood. Feeling good. I don't know. what they-
Yeah, I don't know what their slogan is, but yeah, it's like an Applebee's, Chili's kind of a place.
Chili bees.
But if we want to go to like more of a, remember this is Prospera Station you're on now, so like
There's shit. There's stuff
this
to
used
do.
to be the place for the rich people. So there are absolutely very nice steak restaurants and stuff here. Just a few of them, but yeah. Do you want to? Is that what you look up? What do you look up? Just tell me what you look up.
Yeah, let's get some steaks. We're celebrating.
To be clear, this is
Bailey-
probably one of the only places outside of Earth that you could
Celebrating?
get steak. So
Yeah, we're celebrating. You kidding me? We're
I
owners-
thought we'd celebrate on our way out after this
Excited too.
weird.
You all in your delayed gratification. Are you kidding me? Ah,
Yeah, we just need something in our tummies before we go like do this criminal
you
shit.
want to go to Cosmic Plates. The jingle starts again.
Cosmic Bites,
Yeah,
Cosmic
yeah,
Bites,
yeah.
come and eat it. Cosmic Bites.
Please
And that's
remember,
when we
criminal
cut.
shit is
If this was
frowned
a show,
upon
that's
in
when we
the
would cut and
Prospera
we'd
Station.
be sitting in the booth and I'd be
Cosmic
eating
Bites?
a
Yeah,
Cosmic
yeah.
Bites.
You know what? Why don't you
And
role play?
I'm singing in the booth behind you.
Lean, roll me
beside you, I
roll
mean.
me a luck roll.
Cosmic bites.
I think at this point it's gonna be difficulty 10.
Oh, come on.
All right, scene cuts and we open up at Cosmic Bites.
Cosmic bites.
Yes.
Cosmic bites.
And you hear the jingle as the camera's coming in. Cosmic Bites, come and eat it.
The
Cosmic
burger's
Bites.
really not that
Out of this
bad.
world.
Okay, it's pretty good. I'm okay. I'm happy with it.
You're happy with the burgers for Cosmic Bites. That's good
It's
to know.
fine. Yeah, they're good.
Do they have
Yeah.
burgers, or they just have unspecified bites that are just?
Oh, is it like crystal
blobs of,
burgers?
like something.
Are they sliders?
You don't really know
Well,
what
I mean,
it
if you're
is.
curious, so
Meat-like
since you're in there, you step into the interior space.
White Castle, y'all.
It kind of embodies the like thematically speaking, it embodies kind of like the spirit of like early space exploration, like that settled the solar system and
But
stuff
it's
like
like
that.
nailed to the walls.
There's-
It's like all over the walls.
Yeah, literally that. Like it's like astronaut stuff and like stuff from all over the place. But it's like, you know, like there's flare, like the waiters and stuff have like flare on their
That's
sets, like
funny.
little satellites and like bits of historic
Holographic
space
pens and
regalia
shit.
and stuff. Yep. It's a kind of a vibrant sort of futuristic vibe, like Art Deco style in some ways. Chain that's, you know, essentially everywhere. It caters to fairly diverse tastes, different preferences for different spacefarers
Fucking
out here.
Bennigans.
It's yeah, it's it has like iconic neon signage outside that's fairly sleek, streamlined interiors. It captures kind of the essence of like a bustling spaceport on the inside with all of like the crowdedness and stuff, but it's like
Like
done
those
through
retro
like vignettes
Denny's?
and
Oh,
stuff.
that's so
Yes, exactly
That's
like
so
that.
funny.
You'll probably see like a plaque as you come in that talks about its history a little bit, and like you'll notice that plaque is actually like a projection on a thing that will cut to like a cartoon of like different like historic events and stuff, like the first step on the moon and Hope's landing and all that stuff back in the day, which you guys were part of. So that's cool to see a cartoon rendition of that. And then you'll see like the display. Cosmic Bites originated on Earth in the early 23rd century during the age of rapid space exploration and colonization. Its founders, a visionary group of entrepreneurs, sought to create a universal dining experience that would unite the denizens of our solar system. It goes on and on and on. And like shows several cute cartoons of different events. As you approach, a waiter comes up to you. He looks like a local former member of the legal underclass. Approaches you. Have hiccups now. Approaches you, and you can see he's got a lot of regalia on, a kind of a neatly kept beard, his hair very short, like shaved short, not like shaved like a bladed razor shave, but you know what I mean, like really short clippers, short, with like a very neat beard that comes up to his ears and around, but otherwise almost bald looking. Kind of looks you over. For to eat, yeah?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes, please.
All right, we get you a good table. You want one of the view tables, or do you want one of the singing tables?
Wait, is this
Yeah.
Cosmic Bites or?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Just a view
I
table.
definitely want to.
Yeah.
View table it is. All right.
We'll get the singing one next
sure.
time, Isaac.
Okay. Right this way, please. And he leads you in and sits you down in a comfortable booth. You can see the restaurant is medium crowded. There's like people around, but not so many people that you can like hear what they're saying as they're talking. The murmur is kind of quiet. You pass by a few tables, and on one of them a little hologram appears and begins singing the menu to people, as well as like singing like basically a musical of like little holograms telling stories and stuff of the history of human space flight in the solar system. You sit down at a table. None of that happens, but then the table itself shows that it is indeed a projection screen and begins to show views of the exterior of the station, the views of Ganymede, views of Jupiter, etc., as well as this kind of wall adjacent to the table. Almost acts like a window, showing you a view of the solar system around you as you eat. Here's your menu, and he passes just one single tablet to the middle of the table, kind of slides it out there, and as he does, it like beeps when it hits the middle of the table, and little projections appear in front of each of you that you can kind of like wave away or put down on the table if you want through gesture
It's not
action.
singing, right?
No, you're not at a singing table.
I'm being like
That-
super
that's a
judgy.
stupid
Like you can see it on
table.
my face, and I'm just like,
The singing tables are
I
like
love-
Johnny Rockets, where like people come out and dance and do stuff, but it's holograms, like that kind of a a thing. You see that as you're like walking by them and stuff.
I'm like, I look at the waiter. I'm like, floor's a little sticky.
Oh, try and clean this, yeah. He kind of like smiles and then just kind of like shrugs. Like, I'm not cleaning that. Pay me more. And I'll clean that.
Is there like we just have to hear that singing going on still? I thought this was the non-singing.
It's clean. Come on, it's
Well,
fine.
if you want to sit maybe further away, we can move you to a further.
This is alright.
Cosmic
This is alright.
bites.
All right, so I
You
give
really
you.
gotta have the commercial playing while we're already here. Like,
To be clear, that's
you
on the
selling it?
outside, not in the inside. But I'll come back when you are ready to make your order, eh?
Yeah, sounds good.
Right on the menu, you pull it up. It's got a pretty large selection of different stuff. So I don't want to go through the whole thing with you, but you've got I can paste this part of it to you. You do see a bunch of the commercials for it though, on like different screens and stuff. They're fairly quiet, but you do see them. You know, multiple Cosmic Bites commercials dominating video feeds around Taste the Stars, sweeping aerial views of bustling Cosmic Bites restaurants and stuff like that on the screens. The menu includes a lot of different stuff, so like again, I don't want to go too far into it, but I'll give you some. They also have basic and stuff that's made with basic. I'll just put it in notes in Discord. Yeah, it's gonna be a text file.
Oh, I didn't hear you, Patch.
Yeah.
Some of those look good in what I posted in notes.
It does look good.
It's a great.
So yeah, you've got, I mean, a lot of these are just like funny names and stuff, but it's stuff like Noodle Dogs, Galactic Yakisoba Dog, Martian Carbonara Dogs, Lunar Lo Mein, Astro Cheeseburgers, Nebula Veggie Burgers, Cosmic Wraps, Asteroid Salads, Stellar Sides are listed there. You've got Asteroid Fries, Lunar Onion Rings, Nebula Sodas, Cosmic Cola, Starfruit Fizz, which if you want to know what those are, that is a refreshing blend of classic cola flavor from across the solar system. They say across the galaxy, but it's the solar system. A sparkling blend of exotic starfruit and hints of citrus for one. Some of these are drinks that are made with by using basic powder. So you've got Blue Star Tea Blend, which is a soothing herbal tea infused with hints of blue basic powder, creating a unique and calming flavor profile. Milky Way Basic Shake is a thick, indulgent milkshake made with your choice of basic powder, red, green, or blue, blended with creamy milk and topped with whipped cream and basic powder sprinkles.
Oh, Saturnian shawarma? Oh, I'm in.
Yeah, yeah. I told you I have a whole fucking menu for this stupid thing.
I know what I'm getting.
Yeah,
That's
I'm
why
ready.
that's why you forced us to come here.
It was a roll, baby. But to be fair, there's so many in the solar
DC-10.
system. I knew you eventually would be here, no matter what. Not in this one,
Mm.
but at a Cosmic Bites eventually, because it's the McDonald's of the solar system. So I had to have an equivalent of Astro Burgers, basically. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But I wanted it to not be a fast food place. I wanted it to be more like a
Why are they combos then?
Denny, because it's Applebee's. It's
Do
Applebee's
they
has
call those
combos.
Oh, I guess I haven't been to Applebee's in like over a
Yeah.
decade.
Yeah.
Oh, what are y'all getting? Are you talking, Patch? I don't think I can hear you.
Yes, the Saturnian shawarma is. I gotta go for it, man.
All right.
You know that's gonna be good.
Lunar combo number 3, please.
Oh, is
Right.
he here?
I mean, yeah, he walks up after when you like signal him to come
Shit.
over.
This is just like real life. I don't like this. Everybody else go, and if you go order slowly, I'll know by the time everyone else is done.
All right, so we got one Luna combo 2.
Shit, it's too fast.
You
3.
want
3, please, with the.
you want
with the
Luna combo
tofu.
number 3? that what you say? Number 3?
Yes, number
Okay,
3.
with tofu. All right. We got tofu. We got red bean tofu. We got white bean tofu. Which one you want?
Red, please. This is
Red bean tofu. All right. How about you, sir? Looks at Bailey.
The Saturnian shawarma.
Saturian shawarma. All right. Writes you down. Make note of your price, by the way, of the cost of each thing that you want. And what about you, sir? Since you said you wanted to go last. So
Sorry.
he's looking at Isaac because you said you wanted to go last.
Yeah, I was like, excuse me, did you misgender me?
I will take the which one did I want? The Stellar Explorer combo.
The Explorer combo, good choice.
Is this like an RPG where you like get a like skill package based on the combo choice that we
You don't know, maybe.
use the Explorer pack? All right. Yes, I have a question. What is the cosmic twist on the classic burger? And what makes the fries cosmic? Your
The fries are
jingle doesn't
cosmic because
explain that.
the fries are cosmic because they're made at Cosmic Bites with the special powers of the cosmic. No, they're just fries. They're just fries.
Okay. Okay. Then what's the cosmic twist on the burger?
Seasoning.
That special seasoning.
Do the fries
Yeah,
get that
that's
seasoning
must have
too?
mixed together.
Yep, I'll give you a hint. It's made with basic powder.
That's
It's
weird.
delicious.
I'll do the lunar combo number 2.
Luna combo number 2.
Is there
Oh, you want that
mega
cooked?
large? Huh?
How you want
Oh,
that cooked?
Medium
well. Okay,
Can I get a starfruit fizz too?
absolutely. Any other drinks around the table?
How about it comes with a drink?
Yes, but this is like special drink.
Oh yeah,
Nebula
mine
said
came
it's
with a
fine for
shake.
me. I'm gonna be asleep for 2 weeks, so I don't need to eat that much.
Oh, going low
Okay,
birth,
I
huh?
need a
don't wanna be
cosmic.
bloaty.
I need a cosmic cola.
All right, we get you on a dim. If you're going low birth for a while, I might make a suggestion for you. You try the shake, huh?
Yeah.
Really good.
Really?
For
Why is
dessert,
that-
though.
Why is that for low births?
You wake up after low birth done, you still be full.
All right, throw me a milkshake.
Milky Way
Or
basic
Don't
shake.
quite yet.
You want
Yeah,
red,
let me
green,
get-
or blue?
Can you mix red and blue for me?
Yeah, we can mix red and blue.
Oh, my man.
All right, we got purple. Anything else?
Purple variant. I think that's it for me.
I get you guys any fun drinks?
What?
He gestures over to the bar. We have bar, not on menu, but we have bar. You can order one of 2 of the beers we got, or if you want whiskeys, we got whiskeys.
I look at Bailey. I look
I've
back
had
at
like 4 champagnes today, man. I'm good.
Oh, come on, Bailey. We literally just got.
Keep in mind what we might do later.
Oh, Bailey, you're killing me.
What beverage do you recommend for a shootout?
Oh, yeah,
Don't listen to this
whiskey.
Paris here.
Double whiskey for sure.
Can't-
Alright,
Bailey,
want
double
some-
whiskeys
you want
all
some- you
around
want some
then.
whiskey?
just a
Gobble?
shot of whiskey for everyone. Will you do a shot with me, Bailey?
Yeah. One shot.
All
All
right.
right,
all right.
What shot of
I'll be right back.
All right. Thank you.
All right. They bring you your food and then each a shot of whiskey. So subtract the cost of your meal from your money.
Yeah, the one I got doesn't have a cost. But
Which one did you get?
That's not why you got it. Must be free.
free Stellar Explorer combo.
$12.
Not go through
From the
for some
free
reason.
menu.
It's been like 20 credits.
You can't even put prices on all
Word
50
combo.
items. Oh, up at the top.
Which category is it in?
It's
In
at the
dogs?
it's at the top. Well, beyond noodle dogs. Wait, no. Sorry, it's cosmic combos
Oh, okay.
at the top.
Gotcha.
In the middle.
Oh, yeah. That's $8.49.
I got a Coke. $11.
Yep. And then the shots are 10 each.
Yeah, I forgot about this.
Yeah, me too. $21.
Everybody subtracted their money.
Yo.
The food is delivered,
Yeah.
steaming hot. The whiskey is actually slightly chilled, which is interesting. The bottle it's poured from, you saw him pour it over there at the bar. It seems like a decent local type of whiskey of some kind. It's not an earth-aged whiskey, but it does seem to be an aged whiskey, which is, not bad. Pours it for you all. Brings you the shots, brings you the food. The smell is inviting. It's up to you whether you like it or not, but I will say that Cosmic Bites it's one of those places where it's like it tastes the same everywhere you go, kind of a thing. And so that's one of the reasons people like it. This Cosmic Bites, it's funny you said the floors were sticky. This Cosmic Bites is supposed to be like one of the nicer, cleaner ones and all that stuff too. So somebody will probably get yelled at later if you said that, because you said that. But but it's a nice place.
I like
but
to
it's
think
not.
Lean knew that.
Sure, it's not like a fancy place. Is what I'm trying to get across, right? This is like a decent dinner at Applebee's. It's fine. The whiskey is
Bring your
probably
kids.
surprisingly good though.
Well, everyone, to our brand new ship, the chainmail. I don't know.
We've got like a month to name this thing. Will you slow your roll there?
You don't understand. This is a big moment for me.
Perfect, Lean. It's got to be perfect.
I'm sure we'll
Keep
figure it
brainstorming.
out
I like where you're going.
when we're inspecting it, see what it's made of.
Yeah, it might have a lot of speed holes.
Will
Well.
be cut out.
To our future endeavors as the Blip Unlimited.
New business.
I do some I do a
forging our own path.
I do a cheers that is a belter cheers. I don't know one off the top of my head.
Hey,
That's what it is.
Where did we
to
write
breathe in
down
tomorrow.
languages?
Wherever you are, that's where you're at. May your coffin be built out of a 100-year-old oak that was planted today. I don't know. I'm just trying to think of like old cheers people used to say and
Yam
stuff.
Yam Sang. That's what I yell.
There you go.
Yam Sang, and I slam it and slam the glass upside down on the table. Four more.
With that, you will see a few of the others and the place kind of like turn towards you and look at you like well, that's an odd thing to be doing in an Applebee's, kind of a look on their in their face. But there is like one like really, really old guy who's at the actual bar just sitting there, and he turns to the table and like
Give this man a
cheers with you.
shot.
And let's give these people shots.
Oh
And-
shit! All right, let's go.
And you can tell he's pretty wasted.
Yeah.
But yeah, he buys
shoot
you all
him.
another round as well for free.
Buy him one.
God, he's good. He's the guy we're gonna be fighting later.
We gotta get on hammers. Then,
He's
yeah.
fine on us right now. He's like,
I will say
It's
this.
a big EG.
Bailey, would you please make me an intelligence check? Just an int check. Just Bailey.
Boy.
It's not a con check. Or save.
Booyah.
Effect 2. All right. You're not 100% sure, but you're fairly sure this guy used to be basically a colonel in the same organization you were in.
Holy shit.
Like a fairly high-ranking, well, very, very high-ranking member of that particular military.
Oh, okay. I'll just keep that to myself.
He doesn't seem to recognize you or anything, though. But he's like the kind of thing where he's like, you would have seen him like on base or something, or like on a ship or something, and been like, whoa, that last time I saw that guy, he had all the stripes, you know, and now you're kind of seeing like him in casual wear, drunk at an Applebee's, so.
Better version of himself.
A better version.
But yeah, he cheers again and downs his shot. After you down yours, he buys you 2 more.
Oh, there's the 4 you wanted, Lane.
This is fucking great. You know what? Cosmic Bites ain't half bad.
Told you.
Yeah, Cosmic Bites. Cosmic Bites.
All right, I don't like the song still. But
All right. Well, 2 more shots are delivered to each of you at the table. You guys continue your conversation for a few moments. Eventually, he walks over to your table, the older guy, and he looks down and he kind of stumbles up to your table.
thanks, old timer.
You bouncers, you working the lanes?
New enterprise, sir.
Oh,
We will be.
what's your name? You talk.
Flip Unlimited.
Where are you from, boy? Looks over at Bailey.
I'll kind of stand up and Europa habitat, sir.
Seeing your bearing, he straightens up, and you can tell there's like a moment where he's like, military recognizes military, just by how you stood and how you treated him in that moment. Speaking, sir. Eddie's son.
Sit back down.
You guys know each other?
Good on you. Good on y'all.
You
Good on
too.
you. Oh.
Good
And-
on ya.
Begins to walk out of the restaurant. You look down where he's like knocked his hand on your table, and there's just this small coin, like an actual like metal coin. And you look down at it and you realize it's not a currency coin, it's a token, one of the ones that are awarded for valor. Not a medal, not like a medal of honor, nothing like that. Just a small token. It's occasionally given out to soldiers. It's a sign of respect. They're sometimes passed around from soldier to soldier. They're sometimes passed around from person to person when they want to give somebody a bit of luck. It's similar if you've ridden motorcycles to giving somebody a bell to hang on their motorcycle. It's when you basically you would have inferred that when he understood you were military and when you said it's a new venture, he was wishing you well.
Nice. I'll pocket that.
Make sure you write that down.
Like in my vest pocket. Zip it up in the bomber jacket.
Yeah, sure was friendly.
Wow,
You got me
good dude.
drunk. What was that? You
First time I ever had
Yeah,
words
you're
with that
breaking
man.
up there, Venom.
First
But,
time, sorry?
First time I had words with that man, but he was a colonel. Or
Oh, shit.
last I saw him, anyways.
It's very high ranking. It's like one below general, basically. Is
I wonder what happened to him. It's kind of weird he's hanging out at Cosmic Bites.
I mean, I'm hanging out at Cosmic Bites.
Yeah. This
Not
place ain't
exactly the
bad.
same.
also your military doesn't exist anymore. Keep that in mind, right? That all that stuff was dissolved after the coup.
Yeah.
I'll slam my
Maybe
last
we should
shot
scoop
then.
this guy up. Get him on the crew.
I was thinking the same exact thing, Paris. I mean, he's a little drunk around the edges, but
He's really
I'll
drunk around
explain the
edge.
token to
Yeah,
them.
so are you, Lee.
Yeah.
He's like stumbling
Hey.
his way out of the fucking Applebee's, like singing.
I don't know any songs. It might be good to have him on board.
I'll explain the token to them, and then like how he's basically wishing us luck, not that he wants to join us.
He's retired then.
Yeah.
That's cool. He's kind of passing the torch on to us. Ooh, Torchbringer.
Yeah.
Kind of biblical. I don't know. Maybe like
They call it a torch bearer, not a torch bringer. Anyway,
palm bringer. You're thinking of a palm bringer, yeah.
Palm bringer, yeah. a pall bringer.
Yeah,
They bring
palm
out
bringer,
the
yeah.
caskets.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to remember.
They bring out
the food is
Paul.
enjoyable. I will say, the food is enjoyable. The drinks are strong. There is this moment of mirth and enjoyment after being handed this good luck token from an elder member of the Spacer community. Kind of just a brief moment where you all pause and take a look around you, kind of taking a mental snapshot of probably one of the most important moments in your life. And that's where we're going to pick up next time. As our camera spills away from the station, now moving through the bulkheads, moving past Prospera Park into the gray sector, where we see a group of individuals. Some of them tattooed, some of them not, some of them in nice formal attire, readying weapons. And what is obviously some form of large bomb. A gentleman with very neat hair, strange contact lenses that kind of make his eyes almost a silvery hue, turns to another one and says, "Man, I hope Isaac's coming. We're gonna need him on this. He's a legend. Kills anybody." And that's where we're gonna pick up next time.
I'm writing that down verbatim. That's funny. Oh my god, dude, no way.
Oh,
You're
shit.
giving them a John Wick treatment. Oh my god. Is Isaac more than Misai?
All the
Always.
means to guy.
More
All
than
right, everybody,
meets
thank
the
you for
eyes.
coming and watching. We really appreciate you out there, Syrinscape, for doing our audio. It's really great. People should check out Lunatic Design out there too. They do our maps sometimes, though we haven't really used any Lunatic maps really recently. But Lunatic Designs is awesome. You should check them out. They're on Patreon. They're on DriveThruRPG. You should also check out 0 Hour 0HR. They have their own Patreon, Facebook. They're on DriveThruRPG. Really good stuff. We use a bunch of their stuff. We also use like Dark Fantasy Studio and some stuff for other music. Is all attributed in our description, as well as our credits at the end, so do keep an eye on that. We really appreciate all of our viewers out there coming out, hanging out with us on this journey. We are eventually getting there and getting these people their own spaceship to play around on, so that'll be really cool. And we're actually finally at that moment, like you own one now, you just got to go pick it up basically, right, and see what you have bought. So they've got it now to figure out how they're going to make all the money they need to keep the thing running. And we're sort of in our Firefly phase now, where you've got to, they can't take the sky from you, but you're going to have to keep the thing flying if you want to be in the sky. So we'll see you guys next week, hopefully. If we don't play next week, we'll be playing again soon. So just keep an eye on the Twitch channel or the YouTube, either way, for the next episode. And yeah,
The
See you next
SS
time.
Second Mortgage.